Girls.
Let me begin by asking everybody in this room two simple questions. Question one, how many of us in this room are above the age of 35 years? Okay. Sorry? Oh. Question two, what do you think was the life expectancy of India in 1950? No. Okay. No, it's 35. So all those who raised their hands, on behalf of all of you and me, I'd like to thank the life sciences industry for the phenomenal research that we do and for bringing in new products, new medicines, new treatments that has ensured that life expectancy in India is today at 71 years. My name is Bhavna, and I represent Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited. We are a leading biopharma company, and we are focused on women's health, critical care, and emergency medicine. On behalf of the Bombay Management Association, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this Healthcare and Life Sciences Summit, which is focused on the theme of building a sustainable healthcare in India. As most of you will be aware, this is in line with India's G20 healthcare agenda, and our summit today endeavors to bring a lot of conversations and discussions around how we could collectively draw a blueprint on creating a healthy and self-reliant India. So to begin the day's proceedings, may I welcome on stage Mr. Rajesh Sharma, President, Bombay Management Association, for the welcome address.
So good morning, and thank you, Bhavna, for setting the context. Respected Shri N. Yuvraj, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceutical, Mr. Sanjeev Navangal, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, present dignitaries, all our former Bombay presidents, Bombay Management Association presidents, members of BMA, and all participants. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to welcome you to BMA Healthcare and Life Sciences Summit 2023. This is the first summit on healthcare and life sciences which is being conducted by Bombay Management Association. And the theme, as Bhavna mentioned, is building a sustainable healthcare and life sciences industry. India's healthcare ecosystem is among the fastest growing sectors, having benefited from the government policies to make the country a global hub for health and wellness. Major contributing factors include the presence of world-class hospitals and skilled medical professionals, superior quality hospitals, healthcare, low treatment of cost in comparison with many other countries, credibility of alternative systems of medicine, as well as an increased global demand for wellness services like yoga. Indian pharma industry is expected to grow to $130 billion by 2030 and become the leading provider of medicine to the world, as being said by IPA General Secretary Mr. Sudarshan Jain. 6 key trends expected to shape pharmaceutical industry in near future are clinical trial diversity, disruptive tech, innovation, talent management, and patient engagement, and leading through uncertain times. Considering India's G20 presidency, digital health innovation, achieving universal health coverage, and improving healthcare infrastructure and delivery will continue to be the key driving forces in 2023. Building a sustainable healthcare and life sciences industry calls for long-term measures to build a stronger and more resilient future-responsive healthcare system. Expanding access and availability of innovative treatments and cures, as well as deploying digital and technological interventions that assist in widening universal healthcare coverage remain key in creating a sustainable healthcare ecosystem in the country going forward. A little about Bombay Management Association. We are the first management association in the country established in 1954. It was formed to promote management as a profession and empower the community by providing opportunities for continued and enhanced learning of management and leadership as an art and science. BMA, as a thought leader, has been actively engaged in this pursuit by organizing management and leadership development programs and conferences. Celebrity lectures by management, gurus, and business leaders around the themes of tomorrow. Some of the flagship programs run successfully by us are Innothon, Leader Next, and Friday Fundamentals. We personally thank Mr. Yuvraj for his gracious presence for this conference, all the speakers and thought leaders, our former presidents and EC members for attending this conference. We thank our prime sponsors for this program, Bharat Serum and Vaccines Limited, and all other sponsors. My personal thanks to the program mentor and our EC member, Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, who has single-handedly been instrumental in organizing this conference. And last but not the least, my personal thanks to the team, which has put in hard work to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. It's an honor to invite the next dignitary on stage who requires no introduction. He has been a part of our industry for more than 3.5 decades and counting. He has been on several leadership positions in several companies such as MSD Philippines, and also served on the board of Janssen Pharmaceuticals Johnson & Johnson, currently the MD and CEO of Bharat Serums and Vaccines, Mr. Sanjeev Navangul.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to save everybody some time because we started 10 minutes or 15 minutes late, but warm welcome to everyone. And I must thank the kindness of Mr. Yuvraj. You know, I just met him a couple of weeks ago. And I said, please come over. And in 2 minutes he agreed. You know, it's not even much time. And he said, I'll come. And I see a lot of my very close friends and associates, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Mr. Suresh Pattatil, Sanjay Sharma, Mr. Bhushan Akshikar. You know, they have been with me for many, many years. And I thank them for coming over and helping us do the seminar here well today. It's just that probably, you know, we have many of these every year. But probably what we might do a little different today is maybe we might be a little more frank, a little more forthcoming, a little more direct, and probably that could be the slight difference we might make today to ensure that you all who have come here to witness, hear and listen could have something to take home today. So thank you and welcome all of you, and hope we have a good day. Thank you.
Mr. Navangul, can we request you to please stay on stage because we invite Ms. Chaya Sehgal, former president of the BMA, to welcome Sanjeev and felicitate him. Thank you. It's our honor to welcome in our midst Shri N. Yuvraj, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, who has flown all the way from Delhi to be with us at this summit. Thank you, sir. May we welcome you on stage to hear your views on how we build a sustainable healthcare in India.
Okay, so good morning and thanks for the nice invite and the nice environment. And first of all, I thank Mr. Sanjeev for making this event happen and requesting both Secretary Madam and myself to attend the event. So I was able to come here as Madam is caught up in some other meeting. And thanks to all the industry stalwarts who are here today for this important topic to deliberate upon. So I will give some. I'm not here to bore you, but I just wanted to place what the department is doing and what is expected of the industry, especially the life sciences industries, in the next 10 minutes. So she has rightly pointed out that our lifespan has increased a lot. And we should also keep in your mind that India is a second highest populated country, and we are just reaching the first place in that also. So we have a great responsibility as well as a market to cater to the needs of our own people. So that is a fundamental line which the industry is also known. We know that India is a pharmacy of the world. We are leaders in separate Nike of generic medicines, and we are also, our industry is also quite strong in that we are able to do 50% of our domestic production for the export. So if the market says it's 50 billion, 25 billion goes for the export. So it's a very good healthy status of the industry. But if you see from the domestic side, based on the recent report also, out of the 100% of sales happening in India, 97% is generics. We have only 3% we call patented products or the original product or originator's product. So this is the report available in the public domain, Competition Commission of India. Out of the 87% is branded generics, 10% is our traded generics, and very negligible amount of generic generics. That is with our PM, BJP, Jan Aushadhi Kendras. So whether this particular trend will continue for long, or whether we have to go for innovative and a high-end product is what the industry's direction. It is a time to deliberate, and this is a good occasion because already Mr. Sanjeev has told that let us be frank. So let us deliberate further on that front. So before going further into the other things, I just wanted to put a perspective of what the department does, because some of you may be not aware of what is the department is done. This department is formed in 2008, carved out of the erstwhile Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. So it is only a 15 years old department. The department mandate is promotion of pharmaceuticals and medical devices also, which has been added in 2015. Not only the industry promotion, but also some research related activities. So the department has 7 NIPERs, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research. And also we have a price regulating authority, which each one of you, which will be pinching each one of you day in, day out. So you know better NPPA also. So now we have these 2 things, and we also run a PM BJP. So the department basically has 2 broad goals. What are the 2 broad goals? One is a societal goals. What is societal goals? To see that the medicines are made available at affordable prices and also access. So both the issues are there. So affordable prices we do both through NPPA and PM Jan Aushadhi Kendras. And access we are trying to route, because now you know the PM BJP Kendras are almost like 9,000 across the country. You know, on the 7th of March we had a Jan Aushadhi Divas. So 9,000 Kendras doing almost 100 crore sales in a month. So this year we will be touching 1,200 crores, and it will lead to a huge savings to public, because the prices is almost like 50 to 80% there. So these are the broad societal goals. what is the strategy goals department has? So because it's industry promotion, the primary responsibility is to ensure supply chain resilience, because industry is not predominant by government, it's only predominant by private only. So our role is to ensure that there is a supply chain is intact or there is no issues. So COVID has taught everybody a lesson, including the department and the government. So we have brought some schemes for that. So we call it as a envelope of PLA schemes and park schemes. So through that we want to stabilize. So with respect to bulk drugs, you know, some of you are also there also. With respect to bulk drugs, a committee has analyzed the import data and how much dependent on a single country. Out of that, we derived some particular bulk drugs, and we thought we'll give some good incentives if the domestic value addition is almost 70 or 90%. So accordingly, we rolled out. We got a good response for majority of the products. There are some products where there is a issue is there. On the other side, to create a leaders and also global leaders with respect to high-end pharmaceuticals, we brought another PLA scheme called PLA for pharmaceutical, which most of you are aware and which most of you have applied also. So this particular PLA is broad-based. The products are categorized into 3 broad category: high-end or category 1, or what you call category 1, which is an original products. Category 2 are APIs again, and category 3 is for the routine products. So accordingly, we have divided, and we got a good response, immediate response. And I'm happy to share you that even though the first year of production is not completed, that is the financial not completed, we already released 365 crores to the selected applicants based on their off-yearly sales itself. So, which is a good trend because people came and they made sales, and we are able to release the incentive also. So, which will give the boosting to the other people also. So, PLA in the pharma sector, the first release is made in last month, and now it is being streamlined. We are expecting that by the end of this financial year, we'll be able to release around 700 crores put together, so that it gives a boost. But as I'm telling that, it is not the actual time to release. Our release starts only from April, but we thought we'll advance it so that industry get to know the procedures also, and also if they also get a confidence that okay, we got some money, so we'll be able to speed it up. So we got very good support from IPA in this regard, so that the claim and other things are able to manage also. So this is one of the strategic goals where we want the formulation industry and the API industry to support. To further take it forward, we have brought 2 park scheme, bulk drug park schemes and medical device park, even though it's not concerned. I'm focusing on bulk drug park scheme. You know that again the dependency of APIs are quite huge. Okay, so accordingly we brought 3 bulk drug park scheme. Gujarat, we have region wise: North Himachal, West Gujarat, and South Andhra Pradesh. So we just sanctioned in last year October, November. So the work is started. So we hope that more and more industries will start manufacturing bulk drugs required both for domestic consumption and export from there, so that you will be able to the import dependency will come down. Here the state governments are giving special incentives also. Okay, and a committee under the Honorable Minister is reviewing the status of this particular implementation, so that we don't want to produce what is actually already being produced. We want to go for new product. Now whatever help is required, including for technology transfer, the state and central will be supporting. So this is a broad of what we are now doing about the strategy side, strategic goals which I told. But besides that, as I told, the expectation from the industry, and the industry is also on the right path, I will tell, because we had, I think some of you would have participated also. Madam has recently held 2 webinars with the industry people. One on the vision for the pharma industry, where pharma industry we want to pharma industry by 2047, like Amrit called what we want. So in the last year, April, we had a CEOs conference with the minister, where we did a small exercise where the CEOs have been told to give their inputs on what you want in the vision document. What is the priority for the industry that where you want to in 2047. So accordingly, with the help of the IPA, we have developed one vision document which is under the making, so which we'll be sharing with you all shortly. But that gives an overall idea of where the industry want in 2047 or next 25 years. Most of the inputs from the industry, not from the government, most of the inputs from the industry are resonating the trend that we are what to tell, we are already reached a plateau with respect to generics. Now we have to move for a high value drugs. So high value drugs, and for that original research and innovation has to happen. It requires so many other ecosystems to develop, maybe a regulatory ecosystem, maybe a clinical trial ecosystem, maybe an animal testing ecosystem. So broadly we have to require a good ecosystem has to develop so that we'll be able to reach that particular place. Okay, so this is the broad inputs from all the people, and Madam also, Secretary Madam also had one of the meeting with the people about what to be done on the research front. So there your valuable inputs have been received, and we are progressing in a proper shape in that also, which I will share after 2-3 minutes. Second thing is we parallelly also review, not only we DOC and everybody will review what is the export trend and the import trend of inputs and export trend of our pharmaceuticals, whether there is a increase, decrease, where to intervene, what to intervene, whether we have to explore to some other market, new markets, how to support the industries. Because mostly pharma industries, what to tell, it's a self-geared industries. We don't require, it's an auto mode. And unless otherwise, if you want to push the accelerator, it will go fast, but otherwise it goes on its own. But we want to see and take the consent of the industry so that it moves in a proper shape for the future. So in this regard also, our focus of the department, which I want to highlight from the department side, is mostly to prepare the industries for the efforts that has to be put on the research and innovation side. Yes, I know that there is no new product has come from India for quite a long time. Okay, so maybe some of the when you joined the industry, there may be some product, but after that, no product. So youngsters have not even seen a new product. Okay, and at the same time, I just wanted to catch you to other one. Even though the CCA report says 3%, but the value of the imported drugs, which is not manufactured in India, is quite huge. I just want to tell that, most of the MNCs know that there is a GTE exemption, global tender is there where you have to, the Central Procurement Agency go for the global tender, and there is an exemption class available. So in the recent exercise of one particular department, for 25 drugs, the volume of import is almost like a 2,500 crores in a year. So that is a volume of drugs being imported because these drugs are not domestically manufactured, because these are all maybe covered in patent or maybe covered in some other technology which we have to equip ourselves. But I just want to bring to your notice that it has a huge potential and market in India. So whoever meets me from those companies, I request them, I request them that, why can't you start manufacturing domestically? So because you can expand the reach. Now, Sudarshan also will agree with me that when you have a patent product, when you have a limited number of people you have to reach, the sales or the accessibility is only limited. When you open it and domestically manufacture, the reach will be far better. You will be able to reach more and more people. So as I told them, my department role is also a societal goals, accessibility. So I'm just requesting that you can think it of slowly manufacturing in India so that the value and volume of your market base as well as accessibility will increase. But however, that doesn't do away the responsibility of focusing Indian companies on the research side. So based on the inputs from the people, the department has moved a proposal. I think it is going in the right direction. We got a budget announcement recently that there is going to happen a research support based proposal or the approval for the pharma industry. And the pharma industry includes life sciences, bio-pharmaceuticals and biotechnology, because you have two sessions today. One is on biopharmaceuticals exclusively and other one is on the use of technology to go ahead. So these biopharmaceuticals and everything is covered under that one. So the department is working day and night. There are another JS working on it and the team. Secretary Madam is expecting that we will be able to have the cabinet approval in the coming next 2 months. So that we will come back to you with the proposals seeking there. So here the proposal is two way. One is as given in the budget announcement. One is establishing a center of excellences in coordination with the industries. There are 7 planned. so that we can have a good R&D environment in that particular environment where private and government can collaborate together better. And second one is supporting industries' research projects specifically with the specific moonshot areas. The moonshot areas have been also arrived in consultation with the industry only. So this is a good thing which is going to come to the pharma industry. I request that most of the industries will be able to absorb it, like PLA Pharmaceuticals, will be able to absorb it in the first instance so that we can go with the government and asking for more money. And so that's why it should happen. But here it is being linked with some of the deliverables, like what should be the outcome. So we hope that the industry will live to that particular explanation. Here I just wanted to kindle a thought about the collaboration and research. We know that each company is doing their own research. It's not denied. I mean, some of the companies like Pfizer has a big research project in India, so some other project they are having in Bangalore. So we have so many research project. Even Novartis also has an R&D center. So everybody has a research center across the country. But it is linked with the commercial interest. What product you are working on is also linked with the commercial matters. But at the same time, we don't have a collaboration on what is actually going on in the country with respect to research. So now, we are talking now about G20. So in the G20, in the pharmaceutical cooperation, the government has proposed two outcomes. One of the outcome is whether it is possible to form a collaborative research network across G20 countries. Okay? But we are not touching any commercial interest there. It is only a collaborative research network. So most of the MNCs are here. We are reaching through government route also. So we request your support that this network is not like a hub going to be located in particular this one. This network can be a amorphous, maybe a network on virtual basis. But if all the G20 countries come and work on some areas. Now, other day when we met CEPI people, they are telling that worldwide the demand is on antivirals because of the influenza outbreak, not only COVID, but various other influenzas across the world. So we can arrive at some common areas where this research collaboration can happen so that a larger utility to the mankind is possible. Because we are not only there for our own people who are buying for the medicine. The entire pharma industry is, the commercial thing came later. The entire pharma invention is for the humankind first. Like when the Amrit came from that one, so it is for all. So that was a thing. So like that, when any innovation or research outcome coming from a lab, it's for all the mankind. Even though I put my money. But how I channelize, how I read to all people is different story. So this particular initiative, I request the companies also, because we have requested IPA and CAA, because some of you are a member of CAA also, and you will be also participating through B20 also. So this particular idea of research, collaborative research network on VTDs, vaccine, therapeutics and diagnostics, with the hub at India, so that it is we are going to have only a secretariat. So each country can contribute some money, or they can share the ideas. First, they can work out the areas where they are comfortable in sharing some research information. So we don't want to share any data, because data sharing is each company or each research organization, they have their own area, like Indian companies. So we don't want to share any data. And again, we don't want to have any hub. We don't want to have any this one. It's a network where some information start flowing that yes, so-and-so country, so-and-so public institution is doing research on antivirals. Okay, at least, so we know that how to take it forward with a government-to-government MOU or other things. So that will be a good place to start with, because this requires a lot of traction from the industry. Because industry, when I am doing individually my research, I don't want anybody's, this one I will just get a good hands, I start doing my research. But when a larger goal has to be achieved in a shorter manner, so we require a collaboration. So I request, because I take this opportunity and I take this platform also an opportunity to requesting all the industry association, especially from MNCs, other people, wherever you're operating, because this agenda is being brought by India, under the health working group, priority 2. So I request you to prevail over wherever you are there. See that this particular agenda is supported, okay, with the common consensus, because G20, you know, it's only consensus. It's not anybody agenda is pushed. It's only consensus. So where the consensus arrived, so that we can work on that particular area. Because as I told you, as I am telling you, based on the input from the industries and based on the input from what we know, the next 25 years of pharma industry, whether it is biopharmaceuticals or formulations or APIs, it is going to be on whatever you are going to get out of innovation only. Because it is very, the technology is improving so much. Now previously you have to trace your vein to give an IV injection. Now you can put your one screen which is showing all your veins and you can just inject exactly. No need to put a tonic here and see the bulging and see whether veins are moving or not, whether you can see the drugs moving also. So the technology is going so fast and so fast growing. So our Secretary Madam Minister, it is a Triveni of diagnostic, digital and the drugs. So all are combined now. So when that is the situation, so we require more and more focus on the research. So my entire focus and my entire request to you is whatever small initiatives that you can do it for the collaborative research side, let us do so that we can take the industry forward. And department is always open to the suggestion of the industries because we are always open. And I also put on record that the phenomenal support done by the industry during COVID, okay, especially the manufacturing industries as well as the other supporting industry was phenomenal. Risking their own life during COVID, the pharma industry has not closed. It has supplied not only to the domestic needs, also for the global needs. I salute to all your people. There will be some casualties in your family, in your factories also. But still, the industry, Indian pharma industry has got his due name that it has supported both for domestic as well as the global needs. So which is very good. And our vaccine is still. So I'm sorry. I'm touching the vaccine story last because we have talked so much about it, but still it is a point to remember that we are able to cater to our domestic need, which is a very good, which we have a huge population to cater. Na? So our domestic need in short time we are able to cater, and also we are able to reach to 80 plus countries, okay, which to supply to them also at a affordable price again, which is a trademark of Indian industry. So that is also says volume about the industry. By the way, for the G20, we are bringing one coffee table book to be released by Minister in August on the journey of Indian pharma industry. NPPA is coordinating. Suppose, because NPPA would have reached some of you also, if you have anything to contribute to that particular things, you are free to approach us or this one, so that some good things come to the global audience, that what Indian pharma industry has done the last so many years and what is planned to do in the next 25 years. So that will be a good thing to start with. I think I exceeded my time. Okay, so thanks a lot, and hope that whatever the deliberations comes, I am happy to know about it and see what best can be done from the department side. Thanks a lot to again.
Thank you, sir, for those very important input, and I'm sure the industry will continue on its journey towards a bigger social goal and continue to innovate in India for India and the world. May I request Mr. Inderpal Singh, former BMA president, to felicitate Shri Yuvraj. Thank you. Sir, can we have you on stage, Mr. Yuvraj, because we have a very special segment now, and this is to honor two industry veterans with the Lifetime Achievement Award. And for the first award, may we please invite on stage a very known face to us who's been relentlessly contributing to the industry for more than 4 decades and counting, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General, IPA. Mr. Jain, you have to say a few words.
I will keep it yesterday. I'm going now.
First, let me thank Bombay Management Association, Rajesh Sharma, and the whole senior management team here. Sanjeev Naungal, who is heading this event. I don't know whether I deserve it. This is a very touching moment, and Dr. Yuvraj is here. I'd like to thank, this award does not belong to me. This belongs to all the industry stalwarts, many of them are present here, and all the associations, OPPI, Suresh is here, IDMA, and IPA, and the government, because whatever we have done, it has been the outstanding support of the government. I'd like to convey my thanks to the government for last 3 years. The whatever work which has been done in 3 years has not been done in 30 years. Dr. Yuvraj is here. And all of us here, Sanjeev, myself, Bhushan, Suresh, Sanjay, and many of us have been part of the industry. And in every discussion, we admire what is being done and what needs to be done more important. So when I was hearing Dr. Yuvraj, and he was talking about the next journey. When I joined the industry 45 years back from IIM Ahmedabad, we used to import everything. And I met Dr. D.P. Gupta, and he said that he wants to be the biggest in the world in TB. I didn't believe in it, but I joined him, and today we are the biggest in the world in TB, thanks to Lupin and thanks to many of the Indian manufacturers. Today, whenever we meet the government, Madam Aparna, Yuvraj, Dr. Mansukh Bhai, and here the Prime Minister, they say that the next journey is innovation, right? And all of us, we don't have all the answers. And Sanjeev, I keep on talking. Suresh, I keep on talking in every conversation. Bhushan, we had a discussion last week itself. If we have to take India forward, there is no answer but innovation, point number one. So a lot needs to be done. It is not the Lifetime Achievement Award. I was talking to Sanjeev. It is more needs to be done as far as IPA and all of us will be there together in that journey, point number one. Point number two is whatever I owe it today is because of many members in the field, our channel members, or people on the ground. And what Dr. Yuvraj was saying, all of us were working from home, but these were the people who were working on ground and made sure that the medicines are available around the world, 200 countries around the world. Thanks to their contribution and thanks to my learning from all of them, this award goes to them, in fact, our representative on the ground, channel members, AOCD, although we have differences, but we keep on fighting, but we keep on making sure that the medicines are available, our workers on the ground. BMA was the first association, Rajeshi. I became the member when I came from IIM Ahmedabad. I wanted to learn something beyond my company. So 1979, I became the member of BMA at that time. Although I have not been so active, but it is a very emotional moment. It's a very honorary moment. And thanks to all who have contributed to my learning, and a lot needs to be done. And it was great to have this award from Dr. Yuvraj, who set the tone for the next phase of industry. And I'd like to convey to Dr. Yuvraj, that all of us work together for the cause of India, for the cause of the industry, and take the agenda forward. Thank you very much, and thanks, Sanjeev.
Can I request Mr. Navangul to please hand over a small memento to Dr. Yuvraj for joining us today? Thank you, everybody. And now it's time that we take a very quick tea break. So please grab your cups of coffee and join us around 11:20. Down quickly. It is indeed an honor to felicitate yet another industry veteran who has been in the industry for close to 4 decades again and continues to share his invaluable contribution to the industry and serve many, many patients. Unfortunately, Mr. Prashant Tiwari, Managing Director, USV Limited, couldn't be with us, but can I please have a round of applause as we honor him with the Lifetime Achievement Award for spearheading the pharma research of USV in 2 specific segments, diabetes and the cardiovascular segment. Moving to our first discussion, as they say, leadership is all about translating a vision into reality. And all the leaders here today have a vision of building an innovative India where we research in India for the patients here as well as the millions of patients across the globe. To know more about the opportunities, the challenges that the industry faces and how we are going to overcome this, may I please invite on stage the moderator of our fireside chat, Ekta Batra, Editor, Pharmaceuticals and Healthcare, CNBC TV18. Joining Ekta on stage are our esteemed panelists. We begin with Mr. Suresh Patitil, Managing Director, AbbVie Limited and President, OPPI. Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, MD and CEO, BSV. Mr. Bhushan Akshikar, Managing Director, GSK Pharma. And Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General, IPA. Over to you, Ekta.
Thanks, Bhavna, for that. Just excuse me because I have this horrible viral which everybody in Bombay seems to have. So excuse me if I cough and sneeze. But nonetheless, Bhavna set the tone for what we would probably be discussing over the next 45 minutes, and then we'll take some questions from the audience as well, which is basically about leadership in the pharmaceutical space. Now, while Indian companies have managed to really, gain a steady footing when it comes to the generic market in the globe, we haven't really made a lot of gains when it comes to innovation. Yes, globally, the criticality of innovation is very relevant because the life expectancy, for example, over the last 2 centuries has doubled. And that was because of innovation, accessibility of drugs across the world. So that's the importance of innovation and the affordability and the accessibility which allows people to basically access those drugs. But there have been issues which India has faced, especially when it comes to R&D. We haven't really managed to make great strides. So let's set up the tone and the conversation by getting larger thoughts in terms of where India is currently when it comes to the pharmaceutical space and thoughts on R&D and where we are. Let's start with Mr. Jain, who's the most senior on the panel. Mr. Jain, your thoughts on where India stands currently? We've got a great foothold in terms of generics, but not so much in terms of research and development.
So I will just put certain facts here, like say we have got 3% share of the global value market, and we've got around 20% share of the volume market. We are the third largest in terms of volume and 14th largest in terms of value. So these facts itself indicate there is a big gap between what we do and where does the market lies in terms of potential of sales. I was talking to one minister that there is a medicine which has come at $3.8 million, recently launched, and we send ships to export our products, and they sell in bundles, and the kind of value realization is there is huge. So unless we move up the value chain, we will not be able to go to the next stage, what was pointed out by Dr. Yuvraj. There is no choice for us but to move up the value chain. And the question is, how do we get there? Because the kind of spending what we have, overall spending of India in terms of research is around $3 billion, whereas each company in US, like FV or Pfizer or GSK, must be spending more than $3 billion on research, 17 billion. So where do we get the spending? How do we make the regulatory environment simpler? How do we get the industry economic collaboration? And how do we get this innovation mindset? We will discuss some of these issues, but the overall arcing theme for India is go up the value chain, get innovation in a knowledge-driven industry. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay, Sanjeev, let's start with your thoughts. Moving up the value chain, where is India currently, and where are we when it comes to the value chain?
Yeah, I think this we keep talking all the time. My humble point always has been that together everybody can contribute and get there. We missed the chemistry cycle very clearly because we fell in love with easier business of copying and making generics. But we cannot miss the biologic cycle. And biologic cycle is more concentrated, very targeted, will be easier for our scientists to manage compared to the chemistry cycle, which became expensive beyond control. And the biologic cycle is not there. So we can get there. And if you see the regulations changing world over, we were with the US FDA's principal advisor in biologic space, Professor Niazi. And clearly, you know, they have changed so much animal testing. They're starting to waive phase 1, phase 2. So India can really step up the value chain right away if we start focusing on biologics much more than what we do. Our own company got last year the first ever biologic non-proprietary INN from WHO. So we got the first innovative compound out of a biologic. So it's not that it's not possible. My only thing is for the entire industry to say that we will put in money and we will focus there. We have to stop getting attracted by the easier business that we learn to have through the chemistry compounds. I think through the generics. I think we have to get out of that taste, and all companies will have to put in money, put in effort. Government is already taking 2 steps forward. I think the startup industry in India is growing, and we should get them inside our ecosystem. Plus the very good scientists that we have in the government institutions. You know, otherwise they only produce PhDs and people going out of the place at 5 p.m. You know, that's all that happens if we don't get them inside. So I'm trying to be blunt here, but literally that's what happens otherwise. And if you get them inside the system, which we try with collaboration, and there is more openness now, we will get there. But we have to push hard and quickly. We can't wait.
Okay, we have to push hard and quickly. Where are we when it comes to biosimilars and biologics? Are we close to missing the bus, or we've made significant inroads?
So it's either way. You know, I think we have our chance in the next 5 years. We don't have a large window because the Eastern European countries are working on it, Korea is working very hard on it, and Japan is starting to invest in that. So it's not that there is so much space and time left. China anyway plays hard in these things, yeah. So, but we are in a much better situation only because we have now established companies who have worked on biosimilars for last 10 years, worked, sometimes succeeded, sometimes failed. But there exists technology in India that can work through. Secondly, there are government institutions which have some tremendous technology. We found NCL has great technology in building cell lines. New kind of technology which we are collaborating on. So there are places. So it's not that it is going to be difficult for us to do if we put our hands together, but we don't have enough time. I think that is the more important point here, that we cannot say that let's do tomorrow, day after, let's wait. This cycle will get over in the next 5 to 7 years. If we do it now, we get it now. Otherwise, it's gone.
Okay. Suresh?
Yeah, so I think Sanjeev was saying that we have 5 years for the biosimilars, but I don't think we have, because if you take the top 25 biosimilar companies, 12 are from China, and there are only 2 from India. So, which means that we have already lost that race in terms of the biosimilars, which is a logical progression from the generics business which we have to get into biosimilars, right? Because we were always doing re-engineering for development rather than creating new drugs. In terms of, I think Sudarshan mentioned very clearly that the generic or branded generics market is only some 4% of the $1.4 trillion market for pharmaceuticals globally, right? Which means that almost 95% of the value market is existing in newer technologies and newer biopharmaceuticals. Which means that we will need to move up the value chain. We have moved, actually we have moved, in the sense from API manufacturing to formulation development. So we are the formulation development leaders of the world per se, but we need to move into biosimilars, and we will need to move into new cutting edge biotech products or targeted therapies and things like that. I have some hope because recently I saw that there was some 300 million investment in a startup from Bangalore which has got a new candidate which is coming out into the market and getting evaluated. So we will need to create, I think once that starts off, and that is what sort of fueled the Chinese story in terms of biotech innovation and big deals happening, because a lot of the private equity and VC funding went into it. So if we can have examples of it happening in India, you would find that there will be a lot more people jumping onto the same bandwagon. In terms of innovation. But it's high time that we started innovating and moving up the value chain for sure, because the value is there, and I think the minister says that very clearly, that we are sending drugs in containers and we are getting the money in lifafa, but he would like to send the drug in a lifafa and get money in containers, right? So, which means the value market is completely different. But the other way of looking at it is that we need to do it, because if we are the pharmacy of the world, we would also need to be the pharmacy of tomorrow, right? We are not talking about the current market or the marketplace or the environment. The future environment is going to be completely different. It is going to be patient specific, it's going to be very targeted, and there's going to be variants of drugs available for different types of patients. So we need to move into that value chain, and that's high time we did that, or started working on doing that. And I think the government is trying a lot to try and see how do we create that ecosystem for the same.
Okay. And we're talking about moving up the value chain from generics to biosimilars and biologics. We still haven't produced an Indian innovative drug which is selling globally as of now either. Yes, specific markets possibly, but not really something which is in the US or in developed markets. So that is another piece which we will probably discuss over this discussion. But Mr. Akshikar, GSK Pharma is celebrating its 100th year. You all have been in the country for 100 years. What do you think lacks in India when it comes to not moving up the value chain?
So first of all, I love, Sanjeev, your call about being blunt and frank for this meeting. So I'm going to use that liberty and speak very frankly. Yes, we are starting our centenary celebrations from this year and from November. I think what's allowed us to endure in this country is a couple of things. One is clearly the manufacturing footprint that's still allowed us to remain where we are. So it's not just the high-end biologics where we also are present, but we still are known for our paracetamol brands and As we heard from Dr. Yuvraj, our ability to connect with the masses with that societal responsibility. And I think many of the multinationals have taken that route over the last several decades to try and create and carve out a hybrid model so as to remain relevant for the masses and yet be on the journey of moving upwards on the value chain. Specifically, if I were to call out GSK example, and I'm sure many of the other multinational companies would resonate the same views, we are the leaders in vaccines. We still are, vaccine preventable diseases are still are still one of the biggest reasons for child mortality, especially under 5. And if I were to look back and think about what's not worked for us, we've tried to have manufacturing here several times. And I was just telling Mr. Jain that when you want to have biosimilars or biologics in this country, there are several windows. There's not a single window available where you could go and accelerate things. The Department of Biotechnology, there's ICMR. You need several approvals. And I think as much as the government has shown the openness, I'm pretty certain the climate is ready now. The ecosystem is quite ripe for us to harness those changes in the coming years. Because let's remember, health is a state subject. Increasingly, I think we cannot do, whether it's Indian or multinational companies, we cannot do without the partnership and the progressive way of looking, especially on the biotechnology side, in terms of not missing on the biologics bandwagon. So I think that's one of the reasons why we've still probably not been able to put any product out from India as yet. There have been a few examples, but I don't see any path-breaking molecules which have really, I think Sun has got a good example in the derma space. They sell about $500 million right now, is what I know. But otherwise, there are very few examples from the Indian side. A lot of jobs are moving now. You heard Dr. Yuvraj talking of Novartis, and I think he mentioned a couple of other companies. Now at GSK also, we have put up our an office in Bangalore where we are moving jobs on the early R&D side. So all the protocol development for biologics are written here. All the biostatistics are done here. Are we ready for taking the next leap of faith? I think that's really the question. What will it take for us to really complete that
So what
pathway?
will it take? Why is there an inability to take that leap of faith?
I think we've had 2 steps forwards, 4 steps back. I mean, if you remember what happened on the clinical trial story exactly 10 years ago, where we had issues of compensation, and rightly so. But I think those are kind of issues which probably have not allowed us to have a consistent approach to complete that loop and say, what does it take end to end for us to really complete the process using India? Because I don't think there's anything missing here. To the point that you made, we have the largest number of US FDA approved plants. We have the largest number of qualified investigators even to do clinical trials. So clinical development as an area is massive. What is it that's not allowing us to harness that collective energy and get some of those high-end segments of the value chain process in India? I think that's where we'll require a lot more from the government, a lot more partnership from the industry as we move forward in the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay, I think a good example of India's prowess is, that cancer drug Revlimid generic, where there were multiple Indian companies which managed to launch the generic version of an $8 billion drug, but we were not the innovators of that $8 billion drug. So that's a good example in terms of where we stand in terms of the Indian prowess. But Mr. Jain, what do you think needs to change to allow R&D to flourish in India and for us to move up the value chain? Is this due to a lack of a culture of innovation, a culture of collaboration, where we need to start, putting the seeds of innovation from a very early stage, say from academics and going up to easing of regulatory burdens at the top?
So thank you very much, Ekta, and I will echo what Suresh, Sanjeev and Bhushan has been saying. If we get one success, success breeds success. So like say in formulation space, the companies like Lupin, the companies like Cipla, the companies like Sun started moving, and we became the largest in the world in that space. Now that does not any conversation completes, either with the government and with our CEOs, where we don't start with innovation and end with innovation. So there is a very high degree of consciousness that we have to move up the value chain. So the consciousness is there at this particular moment. The issues are, and we have got next panel discussion, and we have got Dr. Jain here, and we will have Anil here, where we'll hear the stories, real stories, what is happening on the ground. And we are privileged to have both of them today. We give a broad overview picture. We have got issues in our syllabuses. They are outdated. We have got issues in terms of nature of talent, which Sanjeev was talking about. We have got issues in the regulatory system. Our regulatory system is outdated. If I want to start developing a drug, an innovation, I have to get permission from the government. So it takes, say, in US, it takes me for, say, 1 year for approval. It takes 3 years for approval here, right? So there are issues in terms of regulatory reforms. There are issues in terms of funding. There are issues in terms of innovation framework and structure. So, in fact, Sanjeev told that we have to be very blunt and outright in this session. So I'm just talking about there are issues, right? And we are working with the issues, right? Every meeting. We have great advantage of Dr. Yuvraj, Aparna, and the health minister. And that's the journey, what we take. And he talked also concept of Amritkar. We will see that journey, and all. I've got great advantage today. In fact, Suresh company, FV, I was part of that company 2002. We never thought that biologicals will be important. But now today, FV is the most admired company in the world, and everyone says that in next 5 years, it will be number 2 company in terms of valuation around the world. Humra is number 1 product. They got into that space. Like say, if I ask Satish Reddy, he says 2002, Anji Reddy wrote a book, Unfinished Agenda. We were much better than China in terms of developing a product, and he sold that product to Novo Nordisk. Glenmark is doing a lot of work, but they develop the product and sell it off, right? Because they say whether academic clinical work has to be done. But the journey has started, and we'll go a long way. Thank you.
Okay, well, maybe there is a fear of failure which sets in as well, because there is innovation, but innovation comes with failure. But Suresh, I was seeing you nod your head, so whether you wanted to add in to what Mr. Jain said.
No, so I think I've started giving it a deep thought in the last couple of months on what will really drive innovation in India. I think so far it's been about, what is it that I can do where I spend an X amount of money, and what is assured income which will come out of it, or assured revenue which will come out of it. So that's where most of the companies in India have been working on reformulation, re-engineering over the last many decades. Okay, so that's why we have a lot of the drugs which are available, which have been re-engineered or redeveloped in India. But when you go into new drugs, completely new molecules or new biologics, it's a high-risk game. And I think on the CEO panel, which we saw in BioAsia, for example, we heard somebody say that we don't make enough of profits to spend or take that risk. I need to protect my company and my employees rather than spend on research and development, which I'm not sure what will come out of it.
And that's where the government needs to come in, right?
I think that's where there has to be an intervention, where there has to be sufficient amount of money being generated, which will end a high-risk game. And that's why it has to be attractive. And I can give you some examples of China. China really worked on, first the market was, is much larger than India. And thereby, they actually gave incentives for companies to invest in the R&D in China as an access tool. So there were different modalities being utilized. For Korea, for example, the government put in $2 billion to start a biotech zone. To encourage biopharmaceuticals, and there's a lot of new products coming out of it. So we will need to do that, and we need to either put money up front to really encourage things, or create an ecosystem which will enable collaborative research with global universities or research centers, with the NIPERS, for example, which we already have established across the country, where they can do collaborative research and thereby actually do research in where there is a need to do. not just do research for the sake of doing research, right? So that's going to be very important. And last but not the least is a little philosophical. I think we are a generation where for us to work and actually start producing or becoming, to live a life was very important, right? Whereas, the other developed markets have moved across that paradigm already, where they now have the time to do research. And they would like to do research and bring out new things. So I think we are reaching there. It will take a little bit more effort from all of us, as well as creating an ecosystem to enable that to happen.
Okay. All right. One of the factors is that there are more than 3,000 diseases with no treatment today. And while we do talk about how there is a burden of cancer, as well as non-communicable diseases, many of them which need treatments, we tend to not focus on the rare diseases or the tropical diseases that countries such as India are dealing with, and other countries such as developed markets are not dealing with. For example, dengue or other tropical diseases. Sanjeev, can we look at local innovation then? And how lucrative is it to even look at local innovation?
No, I think you said something which is very important, first of all. I'll give you an example of a company in US which focused on orphan diseases. There's a company called Jazz Pharma. Yeah, market cap now close to 7 or 8, or I think 12 billion. Yeah, focused only on orphan diseases or rare diseases. Why can't we do it? I think the size of the prize.
Or even tropical diseases.
Exactly.
Which are
size
specific
of the prize,
to us.
Exactly. Size of prize in India is much higher. Much, much higher than what we can think. And I think there are, I'll tell you a simple thing. You mentioned about dengue, chikungunya. Look, people are starting to work on vaccines. Yeah, and this was one single-minded route that everybody was working on. What we realized through a little more work and digging is that we don't work on antibodies as a country. We have technology, we have expertise, but we have looked at only through one prism. If you look at the evolution of research and over a period of time, and I'm taking an example of ART, the HIV drugs, what revolutionized the HIV drugs? 28 pills a day to 1 pill today. Or I think very now, in recent future, it will be 1 injection every month. Yeah. So what happened? That you saw the virus and you said you will attack it through 3 different mechanisms. And it solved the issue for you. Similarly, in tuberculosis, we are trying to do the same thing now. So there is learning. And if we stop looking at these kinds of research through one prism, and then I went into detail, I was an advisor to a very important government biology institute for some time, for 3 years nearly. And I went through the work they were doing. There's phenomenal work already there to understand how the antibodies work. But really, have we tried that route for these kind of diseases? No. We have just given up and said no. And that's also about incentives. You mentioned about size of prize. I'll give you an example of that institute where I tried to look at what do scientists get measured on. The institution got measured on how many PhDs were made. Second, how many papers were published. Third, how many conferences they attended internationally. If this is what you measure, then the output would be exactly what it is. So we had to even change the measurement yardstick of what it was. So similarly in companies, we get, and you see it every day. You see it every day, that companies get hammered on their P&L on the stock exchanges every day. So the willingness to invest in things which may not or may have a negative impact on P&L also goes down. So that unhealthy pressure on having quarter-on-quarter results also made the person who spoke at BioAsia, I don't want to name, but exactly the same reason, because they get hammered for something else. So everywhere in our country, and you mentioned about culture, there is a sense of cultural issue that we are not ready to, let's say, honor or take pride in something that will be more innovative or more world-beating in this sense. It's not, regulatory reforms. I think Sudarshan and me have been fighting this for last 20 years. We are so much behind. It is unbelievably behind in regulatory reforms compared to the world. We just do not run with the time in the sense that whatever is happening globally, we have a simple route. If it happens globally, if it happens in the right, say, institutions, just adopt it immediately. Do not have to keep looking at making committees and taking advice and going. Why do we do that? We just don't need to do all that, the time that we spend on all those things, but we do it. So some of us will have to keep raising voices very strongly, and which we do at times, that saying that nothing doing, we are not going to tolerate this, please get this done in this fashion. Even the government institutions, we have to tell them that, stop measuring your scientists this way. This is not going to help anyway. All scientists should be told that they will have to necessarily be part of companies for some time, in company R&Ds. Let the government pay for their salaries, but let them also actually learn that they will get measured on output and nothing else. So there are many things that can be done, but maybe they're more radical in nature. But I think we have no choice. The point is we are not realizing that we are not left with any choice now.
Okay, well, yes, regulatory concerns, I continue that the fact is that they're probably 2 decades behind what the world is doing currently. Mr. Akshikar, that thought exactly about tropical diseases and the lack of local innovation in India. For example, the flu strains or, tropical diseases that we talk about. GSK has a strong innovation bent. Globally, you all are producing drugs for the world. But 100 years in India, what are you all doing which is India specific?
Before I answer that, I just want to build on what Sanjeev said. I think resonated a lot with me. I mean, look at malaria. It continues to be one of the biggest killers across the globe, especially in tropical countries like ours. We've been at it for the last 18 years. There's a malaria vaccine that we've been working on. I think to the point that you made, Sanjeev. At the end of the day, if the street is going to ask for TSR and the global team will have incredible focus on what kind of returns you had. Your access strategy for something which is as pervasive as malaria is not going to work out. I mean, we as I said, we worked for 18 years on this, finally decided to work with the WHO and launch it in 4 countries, because obviously after so many years, the efficacy is still just about 50%. Now, if you want companies to put money in this kind of an area, there has to be a fine balance, and I think that's why more and more companies continue to push the journey towards innovation and moving up the value chain, because you need to balance both out, right? At the end of the day, and I think that's the tricky part for most of the corporations. As much as we are very proud at GSK that, and I'm sure many other companies, there's this access to medicines index where we continue to be the #1 company, like many other multinationals. But we've been at the top for the last 8 years, which means in terms of the affordability and access issues that Dr. Yuvraj was talking of, we consistently figure there for our vaccines, for our medicines, and our specialty medicines as well. But I think getting that balance right requires a lot more provocative and deliberate attempts than just wishful thinking.
But what has COVID taught us? We managed to produce multiple vaccines in the span of a couple of months. That means we can put our mind to it and innovate and deliver.
Absolutely, yes, of course. GSK is, that's a very touchy topic for many of us at GSK, that in spite of being the #1 vaccine producer, and that's the nature of research, we couldn't get the vaccine out in our collaboration with Sanofi. But I think the good news is the world did notice. I think we are very happy that in a matter of 12 to 18 months, not just the multinationals, but including what happened here in India, we're extremely proud and happy about it. And to the point that you made, so which means if the wherewithal is there, the mindset is there, how do you ensure that you don't need another crisis like COVID to compel people to think on what needs to get accelerated to how do we now leverage the next wave? mRNA was not touched by any company, including ours, a few years ago. Today it's become the flavor of the season, especially for medicines around specialty and oncology. I think what will it take for us to sustain this? And I think that really is the moot point in a country like ours.
Suresh?
So I think, one is finding new medicines for, tropical disease and as well as this thing. I think that's a question which we need to ask all of us, and I think Bhushan came out with a critical point that there are companies who have invested in TB, malaria. I think Novartis is investing in lichen something. I can't even pronounce but these are all, local disease, and there is investment happening. And yet, the solution to it is not easy as well. Okay. I think the other part which we play a very important role as pharmaceutical companies is not just going and selling the drug. In fact, one of the questions which I asked is price is not access to product. Today, the issue is about patients out there. I'm just taking one example of one of the disease which we treat is glaucoma. About 8 million patients are suffering from glaucoma, and they're going blind. Okay, and out of that, only 2 million are getting treated. What is the cost of the drug used to treat glaucoma? Is less than 1 rupee per day. Okay, so pricing is not the key to treatment. It's a whole lot of other things. And in fact, today, if you look at all our companies, we actually spend a lot of efforts in shaping the market. It may be just getting the patient from sitting at home to go to the doctor to check up. The second part would be on diagnosis, the right diagnosis of the disease, and the third part would be the treatment part of it. So these are things where we spend a lot of effort, time, energy, money, everything is spent on that thing to make sure that the patients out there, if there is a drug, it needs to reach them in some manner and treat them. So I think it's also about that, and where we will need to spend effort. And it's just not just the pharmaceutical companies which need to do that. I think the government can also do a lot in terms of supporting to ensure there are certain standard checkups done for now with Ayushman Bharat and coming in. I think we can do a lot in preventive healthcare as well as diagnosis and treatment. And in fact, one of the asks which we have is that the middle segment of the population, which is almost 30-40%, doesn't have the money to pay, or it's basically a self-pay market, or they are not part of the Ayushman Bharat. They are the ones who need to be having some kind of a co-pay or insurance system to give access to medicines as well as. So those are things which we can work around in terms of doing some amount of market shaping to enable patients to actually have access to medicines. It's not just about newer medicines coming in for different disease, but it's also about the existing medicines being utilized in the best possible manner.
Okay, yes, absolutely. I completely agree. I think primary healthcare infrastructure is the need of the hour as well, and maybe public-private partnership in order to increase distribution to geographies within India and accessibility and affordability. But Mr. Jain, one of the issues which India has been tackling with is also quality and compliance. It seems as though there are two different worlds in India. One which is India for the developed markets and India for the outside world, and India for the semi-regulated markets and India for Indians, where quality and compliance lacks. There's, using ingredients which might be subpar, or intermediates or APIs which might be subpar, and that's not the same system when it comes to developed markets. We've seen 3 examples: Made in Pharma, Marine Biotech, Global Pharma, which has just taken place recently. And in fact, the US Center for Disease and Control has now come out with a report on Made in Pharma, despite our government, refuting the allegations. What are your thoughts in terms of where India stands when it comes to compliance?
Should I address first that question, or I wanted to build on COVID theme and what? So where will you like in terms of solution for innovation, or should I address this and come to that end?
Okay, you can start with COVID and then we can come
Or
back
maybe
to compliance.
COVID, I will get into
Okay.
later part. What are the learnings and
COVID
innovation?
hopefully is done and gone now.
No, but there is a lot of learnings for innovation.
A lot of learnings, yes.
So maybe that will
end the session with that.
In terms of compliance and quality, it's very, very sad what happened at Uzbekistan. 68 kids died, right? Very, very sad. Gambia, and then Uzbekistan, and then the Chennai incidents. So there is a dichotomy. As you rightly pointed out, we have got the maximum globally approved FDA plant. We have got 2 plants in India which were declared at Davos, Dr. Reddy's plant at Hyderabad and Cipla's plant at Indore, which are project lighthouses in the world among all manufacturing sectors, which happened 2 months back at the same time. And that's the question which bothers us at IPA, that what do we do to get that level? So the question is, we have got 10,000 manufacturers which follow a particular kind of quality standards. We have to move up. the value chain. There is no doubt as far as quality is concerned. Quality cannot be compromised as far as medicine is concerned. And we at IPA have taken a strong position that we have to be ICH compliant. And to reach there, we can decide the date that we become WHO compliant at the first stage. And IPA is committed to support that endeavor. We have made the recommendation to the government, and good part of the story is 2 days have been spent last week at Hyderabad, where all the drug controllers were called of the states, all the health secretaries were called, and the health minister spent 2 days. How do we take the journey to become the quality destination of the world? And we should become the most respected quality regulator. It is a top point in the agenda. Very well, you have articulated it. There cannot be compromise on the quality. And we at the Industry Association, and I'm sure Suresh will endorse it, we will all work together to work with all our industry partners who may be small at the moment, but we will do it. Government has announced a scheme for quality upgradation, but there have been no takers, because unless that benchmark is set, that you will not be allowed, nothing will happen.
But I think quality also has to be enforced to a certain extent, because ethylene glycol or diethylene glycol, there have been incidents which have taken place years ago in developed markets, and it's never been repeated. But it's repeated in multiple occasions in the Indian market. So we are obviously doing something wrong, and there has to be some enforcement from a higher authority as well.
You will see a lot of changes. It is such a high priority. 1 week back, I never realized that senior government people, ministers spending 2 days only on that. Diethyl glycol, it happened. Lenten Commission was sad. It happened in Jaslok Hospital. Have we learned from that? Certainly not. But now the priority is, we will see a lot happening here.
Suresh?
No, I think it's top of the mind for the government. I think some of the door knocks which we had in January, we met some of the ministers as well as the secretaries and other people. And quality is on top of the mind. And they're looking at ways and means like, I think Sudarshan mentioned, there was Chintan Shivir which happened where the minister was there for two days in Hyderabad with all the regulators to see how they can create and reform and also bring in the quality as a top of the mind. I think what we have as a standard is a Schedule M, which is the basic manufacturing standard for India. I think we have given all our recommendations. I think all the organizations have given the recommendations on how the Schedule M needs to be upgraded. But it's not come out yet, the newer one. In fact, when we met one of the ministers in Delhi, he said, I'm willing to move to PICS. I said the first thing is at least insist on WHO GMP as a minimum norm for everybody. The second part I think we need to probably put in place is there should be an audit cell within the Department of Pharmaceuticals or DCGI or CDSCO in which their only job is to go and audit facilities. And I think Sanjeev made that point to Yuvraj outside, where everybody should be audited on a regular basis. The thing is that they're giving a dossier, but are you adhering to all those norms? And I think we gave that example of different quality standards for different markets, but we've all worked for multinational companies. We are allowed to only implement what the global standard is in India. And we have sometimes at a disadvantage because of that, and we have to probably exit out of that molecule or therapy area.
Okay, I completely agree, and we have a difference between state regulators as well as central regulators. So your Haryana FDA is going to be different from your Maharashtra FDA. But Mr. Akshikar, what are your thoughts? Because GSK has a very strong supply chain. Yeah. How do you protect your supply chain?
So I'll give you an example, and I love I'll use that as a segue in terms of what Suresh just said. And at the peak of COVID, obviously if there was one drug that was quietly saving lives of thousands and millions in the country was paracetamol, right? And many of you may be aware that as a company, GSK has got 2 paracetamol brands which pretty much serve the whole nation. One is Calpol, the other one is Crocin. And at the peak of COVID, we had constant calls from the Department of Pharmaceuticals, especially Madam, asking us whether there was adequate quantity, we were manufacturing everything well. Now imagine GSK has got certain standards, but when the raw material costs go up 3 times from 200 rupees per kilo to almost 900 rupees, There are certain pharmacopoeial standards that we are not going to compromise on as GSK, right? It's not just about what is permissible, and I'm not saying GSK or any other company, I'm sure, but not everybody is going to have the same, approach towards the pharmacopoeial standards. And I think this is exactly where quality comes in. How many companies will still like to produce something at the highest standards with a pill that is less than 2 rupees, and then your input costs are going up 3 times? And I think that this is where all of us need to think through very clearly. So I think whenever we engage as an industry association, one of the requests that we always put up, both the IP as well as the OPPI, is how do we ensure that quality becomes central to all these decisions? Because at the end of the day, when you have price, and to the point you made, price is the only criterion for access and affordability, then people will take some shortcuts. And that's why the point about audit is so critical. That's where we stand. I think that's where many of the companies, both Indian and multinational, stand.
And price doesn't ensure access. That's the key thing. I think the key is there's a cost to quality.
Yeah.
And you can't simply do a mathematical equation to fix the pricing.
Absolutely.
And thereby you need to give an incentive to facilities or products which are manufactured with certain quality systems, and that is very important.
Okay. Sanjeev, coming to you, we're going to discuss a little bit about the learnings from COVID and then, throw it open for questions. Your thoughts in terms of where we are post-COVID. Has there been any kind of slack in terms of innovation funding, and what would the key learnings be?
Yeah, before I start that on quality, I wanted to mention one thing. We are living with a lot of contradiction. We want and we should adopt peak standard. But if we adopt peak standard, there is no place for SME, MSME in our industry. Are we ready to take the call that there is a certain level of minimal investment required and we will not protect SME and MSME in that case? That's a very big decision to take. So we live with that contradiction. The second contradiction we live with when they mentioned about pricing is if there is incentive to declare that I have reduced prices every day, then obviously we are saying that pricing is more important than quality. I think we should reduce that incentive for people to make.
But pricing is an issue in the US as well. Generic pricing is an issue in the US, and there are multiple companies selling the same drug.
Exactly.
But there is no issue on compliance because of enforcement.
Yeah, but that pricing differences are very different.
Correct.
Yeah, they're very, very different.
It's relative.
Yeah. I should not take anybody's time on this issue, but I did one study during one of my education stint on Africa and the ARV drugs availability. Only four companies were left supplying them, all 4 from India. They were being bashed every year for pricing. But when we did the research of NGO funding, we found 90% of the spend was on administrative cost and 10% on drug purchase. So when we talk about pricing in India, I think it's not about affordability of price, but it is about who is the payer. And I'll leave this topic with one statistic, which is a favorite statistic of mine, is that if you take top 50 economies of the world, 49 economies spend 5 times on health of their defense budget. There's only one country which spends 5 times on defense compared to health. I don't have to say the name. Yeah? So that just tells you the priority we give to healthcare expenditure in this country. I have nothing against defense expenditure. My issue is about health expenditure. And that one statistic should tell us the story that if we are able to fund even 1% more, we will be able to provide drugs, most population-free drugs. So there's a different problem altogether. So quality so therefore there's a lot of contradiction there. But let's come back to COVID, because that's a very deep topic and you can go on and on that. I think the biggest learning of COVID, and we were big parts of it, we had a situation where we were the only producers of a drug for black fungus or mucormycosis. So we have seen all, and we spoke during that time, yeah, correct. But we have seen a lot of stuff happening. The coordination that happened between industry, government and academia was top class. Everybody was available 24 hours, including regulators. We have presented at 11:30 in the night to regulators for permissions. everybody was available, everybody was on the clock, and everybody did everything that was required. We should not lose that momentum. And if you ask me, have we lost the momentum? Yes. Very clearly, we have lost that momentum. The only good thing is, one thing we can say in the last about 3-4 years, one of the departments we deal with in government is actually kept the same pace. So as much as I complain, I must also appreciate the pace at which the Department of Pharma is working. Yuvraj was here today. That department has kept the same pace as was during COVID. But otherwise, the biggest lesson we learned is all of us coming together, we can produce a lot of stuff together, including innovation. We got DNA platform, mRNA platform, we got oral, all platforms developed so efficiently and quickly in India compared to the world. So it's not that we are not capable of doing it, but that was the biggest learning, that how everybody worked together in a seamless way.
So we have the ability to do everything, ability to collaborate efficiently.
Exactly.
But Mr. Jain, your thoughts, and then we're going to open it up to the audience.
So, I will build on what Sanjeev has said. Who could have imagined that the vaccine can be developed in 12 months' time in the US, Pfizer, and we, within a month's time after that, come with vaccine for India, and also develop multiple platforms. DNA platform for the first time in the world, Zydus, mRNA platform, MCure, once-a-day platform by biologicals. Then we have got Bharat Biotech and, of course, Serum Institute. We developed the system of emergency usage authorization. And repurposed drugs, everything was developed. There is a lot of learning for drug discovery system going forward. Is if we can get to the same mission mode to develop the drug and use the advantage of IT sector of India, where we are using AI today for development of molecule, we are doing remote clinical testing, and if we can combine both the advantage of IT as well as Indian entrepreneurship, as well as reform in regulatory system, India can get into mission mode for developing innovation. So that's the next way. Yeah.
Okay, Suresh, do you think that if we do get into mission mode, we will get that innovative drug selling in the US and other markets?
Yeah, I think the proactiveness shown by the regulatory authorities across the world, as well as in India, I think I completely agree with Sanjeev and Sudarshan. If we can continue some part of that in terms of really having a mission mode going, I think we will have a lot of traction happening in terms of reforms, which is very much required. And I think there's a lot of ask by different organizations from the regulatory system. If that can happen, I think we have a lot of advantage going for us for innovation to happen.
Mr. Akshikar, if you had to suggest, say, 3 immediate changes which need to take place for us to probably go towards getting into mission mode, what would they be?
I think first and foremost, and probably that would be the biggest one, is harnessing technology. It might sound very intuitive for all of us, but I mean, look at fintech. The way fintech has moved ahead to the point that Sanjeev made in the beginning. If we are to ensure that we don't miss the biologics bus, we have to harness technology at a breakneck speed right now. I think there's a lot happening in terms of even drug discovery. I know many companies are working with machine learning and AI at the back end. I think if we can ensure that, you talked about the syllabus being sometimes redundant. How do you ensure that that's taken on a fast track? I'm absolutely optimistic that the next 3 to 5 years this will happen. The speed at which the department is working, I think the like-mindedness that I'm seeing across stakeholders, we seem to be on the right direction.
Okay. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, maybe we'll just open it up for a couple of questions from the audience. Sir, go ahead. Yeah. If you could get a mic to the gentleman.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Pramod Shah, former chairman of the Institute of Company Secretaries and also executive director, Lions Club International, and also honorary treasurer of BMA. Sir, there are 4 panelists, so I would put one question to each one of them, and you can pick up whichever you like. One is, sir, your observations on the consumer protection and product liability in pharma industries. Number 2 is the competition of allopathy with Ayurvedic and homeopathy at present. Ayurvedic is running very fast, so your observations on that, sir. And number 3 is, sir, medical education is very competitive and very costly. Of course, it is connected to pharma, that's why I'm putting this question. And last but least is what pharma companies are doing for environmental control in the production, because many diseases are, in India are mostly airborne diseases. So a few observations, whatever.
So I was wondering, which one to start with first. So maybe, I think you talked about medical education. You talked about ESG, sustainability. I think ESG is something which is very important, and it's becoming very critical: environment, social, and governance. And I think most of our companies which we are working on, the ESG parameters and the report which we publish is extremely valuable for us in terms of valuation and how people look at us. I think the criticality is that not that we do business, how do we do business? And that is where the environmental, zero thing, the kind of energy which you use, is it green energy, not green energy, how much of water is utilized, what about the environmental safety, are you planting more saplings, creating more, eco diversity? These are all things which are very important, as well as the kind of social activities which we do as an organization. It's very important. But I think the most important part is the governance part of it. And I think today, if I'm sitting here, it doesn't matter whether I'm doing my plan budget for the year or not. But I think the question I will be asked at the end of the year would be, how did you do it? In what process did you follow to do it? That's more important than the final outcome. So the governance structure, and today I think one of the issues which we have, I think all of us are here, we spend almost 60% of our time not on business or anything. It's on making sure that all the compliances for the organization are in place. Either it is regulatory compliance related to the Companies Act, which you will probably know. With all the changes which have happened, it's getting more and more complicated, and many of the things have penal clauses. So it's extremely important that we are on top of it and we are in preventive care rather than treatment, which we find it very difficult to manage, right? So we spend almost 60%. So today for us to make sure that we are focused on innovation, making sure market shaping is happening, I have to stretch myself another 20% to make sure that we are spending enough of time on that. So 60% of the time, I can tell you that all the people who are heading organizations today, I think ease of doing business is going to be a very critical factor for us to make sure that we are able to spend more time for the patients, more time for the market, to make sure that we are able to shape the market. I hope I've answered some part in terms of the ESG part of it, sustainability. Yeah. So maybe on...
So I can start on education.
Yeah, sure.
So basically, like if we see Pradeep ji, we used to have around 40,000 doctors every year, and we got a tremendous shortage of doctors. 80% of the population stays in village, 20% in towns, and we don't have doctors. So one of the good things which the government has done in the last 3 years, they have opened multiple medical colleges. Now, instead of 40,000, around 90,000 doctors pass out every year. You must have also seen in the budget that 156 nursing colleges will be opened in the budget. So what is being planned that every district, wherever the medical college, wherever the hospital is there, medical college and nursing college should be opened up. So we will see a lot of emphasis. And if you have seen yesterday's budget which was presented by Maharashtra government, they have talked of 12 medical colleges to be opened. So this is high priority. Create the medical infrastructure in the country. We should be the destination to the world in healthcare, because if we see our population profile, we will have 28 years average age, and if we see even in next 30 years, 50% of the world working population will be in India, and we will be required to be healthcare destination. So this is a positive step. Only thing which caution is, which I was discussing with some of the senior people in the government, we should ensure that the quality of those, instead of quantity, we should also get the balance in quality. That's the point. Yeah.
Touch upon the cost aspect, sir.
Pardon?
Cost aspect. Entry to the medical college, most of the ministers are owning the medical colleges, and they charge very heavily, sir.
So there is going to be reform.
A talented person can go, sir.
Yeah, so there will be reform, because once the competition comes in, automatically it happens. Yeah.
I think we can wrap it up on this note. on that note. But thank you, gentlemen, for joining in. Thank you very much. And sharing your thoughts on a whole host of issues. So yes, we do have a long way to go. So, but nonetheless, we have the potential to achieve when it comes to the Indian pharmaceutical industry. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ekta, and thank you to all our leaders who have spoken very frankly on the fireside chat. And may I request Mr. Rajesh Sharma to come on stage to felicitate our panel.
So good afternoon to all of you. We had a very interesting discussion, and a lot of discussion took place on innovation. We will build on that thought. Still, a lot needs to be done on that area, and we will have experts in that area in the second part, which will give a view how do we move forward the journey. Before we start that discussion, we have got the privilege to have Suresh with us. Suresh is the MD of FV in India. And Suresh has been also the veteran in the industry, has seen the industry over the years. He is also the president of OPPI, indeed a privilege for us to have him here. So what we'll do, we will begin this panel discussion with the thoughts of Suresh on the Indian pharma industry, the way forward. It will be very important to have that insight because that will set the direction for this. panel. Over to you, Suresh.
Thank you, Sudarshan. And, I think innovation seems to be top of the mind for everybody now. Yeah. And how do we get on to the next value chain for India? Of course, I was very disappointed when I saw that the government was putting so much of emphasis on APIs and so much of investment happening on APIs. Because I thought we were going back in the days and we were going back in the value chain because we've already upgraded to formulations and we are probably having the highest amount of drug master files submitted in the US. So just to give you an idea where we have lost the race and where probably we need to catch up is related to if you take the top 20 most valuable biotech companies in Asia, 15 of the companies are from China. Okay, and another 2 or 3 are from Korea and probably 1 from somewhere else. So that says that, that we have lost the biotech race to other countries. In China today, the value of the biotech is around $63 billion. And it's a number 2 after the US, which is around $327 billion. If you take the generic companies, out of the 28 generic companies globally, 14 are from India. But again, as I mentioned earlier, out of the 28 biosimilar companies, 12 are from China and 2 are from India. So I think if you're really looking at moving up the value chain in terms of at least moving from the current chemical formulations to biosimilars, we are losing the race there as well as we are losing the race on the newer innovation in the biopharmaceuticals in terms of targeted therapies and more patient-specific therapies, as you can call it. Now, I think the key was I was on the NIPER Council meeting the other day, and I think the minister and all the NIPER heads were there. And one of the key things which came out from them was that what they're doing in the lab is not reaching anywhere. Like Sanjeev said, the research papers are published, everything is happening, but it is not reaching out to meeting an unmet need which is there in the environment, unmet need. And I think that is where I think we will need to do our research which is more targeted by understanding what is going to be the use case for that research at some point in time. Can I use it to meet an unmet medical need? And if that kind of a targeted approach is there, I'm sure that we will find innovation coming out of India as well. One of the suggestions which I have provided to the NIPER was that all the multinational pharma companies have scouts. These are scientific scouts. They go to the different research laboratories and find out what kind of research is happening. And they actually start investing or collaborating very early on for interesting research which is happening. And it is very important for us to know what is it that the world wants before we start doing research. It's just not doing research for the sake of doing research, but we need to probably be a little bit more targeted. The second advice or suggestion which was provided was, we can't go and do many things at the same time. We have limited budget. We need to probably focus on 3 or 4 key priority areas where people really spend their money, which is given by the government, on research to bring out something which is innovative in nature. And the third part which we have suggested is that whether it's ICT or any of the institutes, they need to also collaborate with the globe. Similar institutes globally, and you can do collaborative research which will also enable innovation to happen. And I think I was just going back to the IDMA meeting where Rehan actually talked about the Cambridge, what is it called? The caucus or club or whatever it is in Boston. And the whole innovation, ecosystem which is existing there in Boston. I think it's very critical for us to create a similar, like if Bangalore is like the Silicon Valley of India, or similarly other, like Genome Valley or the Hyderabad cluster is becoming very important. I think we can create a similar kind of an ecosystem in one of the cities and not try and do too many things in multiple cities. I think one city where the ecosystem exists and where something innovative can come. So that is just to set the thing for the other panelists to talk more about. There's a lot of things which can be done, but I think the single most important thing is the funding. Money is required for research, and this is risky funding in the sense you don't know what will come out of the money which is spent. And I was very happy when I saw the LinkedIn post which said $300 million invested in a startup company in Bangalore which has got a lead candidate, which is probably going to get US FDA approved and thereby this thing. So I think things are happening. It's just a matter of time. And I'm so happy that there's so much of top of the mind effort now which is going on that we need to get on to the next innovation cycle. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Suresh. Very, very insightful. So the four thoughts which come out very clearly. One is, if we see the top bio companies, biogeneric companies, we are nowhere. But if I see small molecules, out of 10, 4 are India. So that itself shows where we are. We don't have to say something more beyond that. A very important thought, that targeted efforts. We keep on doing multiple things. The focus is not there. Very, very important. Suresh, we will build on it. Global collaboration is very important because in research, we cannot work in isolation. And the last thought was innovation clusters, which you talk of Boston and San Francisco. Suresh, we will build on this thought. Thanks very much for staying for this session and setting the context. And there was no better person in this group and in the industry, because Suresh has worked all the way and he is part of a group which is focused on biologicals and is the benchmark in the world in biologicals. So we had a great advantage of Suresh being here, president of OPPI, and being here today.
Thank you, Sudarshan. Thank you everybody for inviting me here. Thank you, Sanjeev and Bhavna, for inviting me, and I was very happy to share my thoughts with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will begin the panel discussion.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Suresh, for staying. It was so useful.
Thank you,
We invite Sanjeev in the panel. I don't have to introduce Sanjeev. Sanjeev knows, everyone knows Sanjeev very well. We will have Dr. Jain, Ritesh Jain. He leads the research at the Institute of Chemical Technology. It's a privilege to have him here. And he's doing maximum work as far as biosimilars, biological is concerned. He will talk about it. We have also got Dr. Anil Kaul, who will get a very different thought process because he is in the midst of doing a phenomenal research, and he will talk to us about the global experience with the case studies. So it's great to have Anil. Anil, you have joined in the call?
Yes, Dr. Kaul is joining us all the way from Belgium, and he's on Zoom right now.
So can we see Dr. Anil?
Yeah, there is. Anil, hi.
Anil, thank you very much. Such a privilege to have you here, and such a privilege to have Dr. Jain. And always it is great to be part of any discussion with Sanjeev, because both of us have worked in this industry over the years. So what I'll do, I will just build on the thought process where Suresh left. India is today regarded as the pharmacy of the world. 60% of vaccine production from India. Every third tablet in US is sold from India. Every fourth tablet in Europe is sold from India. And the whole healthcare system in the world depends upon us. As we discussed during the earlier session, COVID, we reasserted our position. Over 200 countries were supplied to medicine. And I always remember the incidents when I needed something, amphotericin, and I talked to Sanjeev, and I know many lives were saved because of black fungus. So there have been huge examples. All of us can be proud of that fact, that we have played a very important role. And all of us who are here, we can be proud of the fact that every day when we are part of this industry, we are making difference to the lives of the patient every day. That's the satisfaction we enjoy in this industry. We will talk of very important agenda. Yes, we have reached here, Indian biopharmaceutical industry. Here we are. But if we have to move forward, what we need to do, and what is the action plan? At the end of the day, we should be able to come with action plan, because Sanjeev and we, when we are there in every meeting, we don't end the meeting with broad esoteric thoughts. We come out with some actions, and we, in our discussion with the government, try to move forward the agenda. So I will start with Sanjeev to give an overview. What are the key drivers, what are the obstacles, and what are the opportunities and challenges which we will keep on building. Over to you, Sanjeev.
Yeah, thanks, Sudarshan. I think you might have to move here so that you can see us.
Yeah. Thank you. Anil, sorry, it is great to have you. Now we have, Anil, you are the center of the stage. You are at the center stage. We like to have an outside view of Ratnesh and Anil. Ratnesh, why don't you come here? So it will look very, you come here. So we will set the position right, the stage. इसको निकाल देते हैं यहाँ से.
Yeah. I think before we start, I must introduce Anil properly. Anil is now head of the global anti-infectives research team at J&J in Belgium. So he's a very big scientist from a global scale. And we should take a lot of pride in him because he has reached a phenomenal position in R&D in a big global organization. He's from Jammu. He's a chap who went to Germany to do his PhD and never came back. But for a brief stint, he challenged the Prime Minister to create an environment for scientists to come back. He got an invite from the PMO, came to India leaving his young kids and wife in Belgium for 2 years and headed IMTech in Chandigarh. He was at that time Additional Secretary of Science and Technology Ministry. So he did sacrifice for India's sake 2 years of his life to build world-class standards at a biology institute in India. So thank you, Anil, for doing that for India. So, Sudarshan too, I think we both have been rather, in a way, what can I say, rather controversial voices in the government, in a way that we challenge every time we meet anybody and say that, look, this is not happening, that is not happening. But I think it has taken us 1 year of work with the government and with really the top stalwarts of the industry to speak in, to create the research scheme that Mr. Yuvraj spoke about. And why is that important? I think not because there is a scheme for research. The biggest problem that we had was everybody was not working together. And this scheme is trying to solve for that in a more idealistic way. Industry, which will participate in it, government, which will fund it, academic institutions, which will partner through science, and therefore building a complete ecosystem around how R&D should be done in India. So this is not a scheme to incentivize industry to get into R&D, but a scheme to ensure that we build the strongest ecosystem that we can to create a future for R&D in this country. And this is very different than what we have been talking for years together. Because every time if we ask this question, we used to always say, X is not doing something, Y is not doing something, Z is not doing something. That's all we did. And nothing else we did excepting blaming everybody else. And did not do anything ourselves. The point is now there is a challenge thrown that if you want to do it, there is a possibility for you to participate and do. So that's probably the first big change that has happened. Second big change that we are seeing and which we should continue is that industry saw the color of commercial success during COVID. That if they contribute in the right way, there is a lot of commercial success that companies can gain. And whoever experimented a little more, whoever was more enterprising, got the better commercial results out of it. So industry has seen that, and that is again changing something, making industry work on that. Third thing that we saw is that if you are ready to build platforms for R&D in different forms, and Sudarshan mentioned about the DNA, RNA, and the other platforms that we did as a country, the regulatory body will be forced to support and come across and say that, look, let's do this. So these are the 3-4 things that are changing in the environment which look very positive. The last thing I would mention is that startups are getting funding for R&D. The venture capital movement in this country is substantially large compared to what it was 5 years ago. I don't want to talk about the numbers, but the money is substantial enough for people to do a startup and look at early stage R&D in this country now. Ideas are being supported. So we have these things going for us. As much as in the earlier session, I think I complained a lot But I think I also want to ensure to tell you that so many things are happening. And we clearly are in sight of trying to solve some of the major tropical diseases in the next few years. Whether it is dengue, chikungunya, malaria, tuberculosis, we are in sight that in the next few years or so, Indian companies, either by themselves or with collaborations from international companies, are probably closer to solving this issue than ever before. And the possibility of using the new age science to do that is so much higher that we now have possibility of solving some of those. So we must also realize that there is a lot happening in the background, which will not be seen so quickly, but I'm sure that we are in a phase where we are going to see tremendous results coming out of the story, including, I think, Dr. Ratnesh Jain might be more knowledgeable about it, but we are seeing experiments on CAR-T in India, especially I hear the one in Bombay IIT, but maybe there are more places, which just shows that as much as the science is getting tougher, the ability of Indian scientists to reach there is getting better. So there is certainly a chance that we see now that some of these things we will catch up in time. Obviously, long way to go. But Sudarshan, my feeling is that we probably are first time in last 30 years that we have been in the industry, we are seeing something which is dramatically changing, and that landscape was not visible at all, maybe even 5 or 7 years ago.
Thank you very much, Sanjeev. Excellent context. In fact, there are so many questions which arise from here. We can go on for the day, but what we'll do, we'll move on from here, come back to you. So let's go to Anil. Anil, it is great to meet you, although virtually. You remember I met you last time with the Innovation Summit, which was led by Prime Minister. We request you to talk the innovation journey in the context of TB. Over to you, Anil.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sudarshan. Thank you, Sanjeev, sir, and thank you, Bhavna, for this kind invitation. I think I agree with Dr. Sudarshan that it's great to be a part of any panel where Sanjeev is there. So, but you may not know one fact about him that in context of the TB, a lot of credit goes to Sanjeev, sir, because he was the one who launched Bedeclin in India. And now this drug is across. Bedeclin is, let me tell you about Bedeclin. Bedeclin is a latest medicine for treatment of MDR TB patients across the world. It's approved in more than 160 countries. It's part of WHO's list of essential medication, both in adults as well as pediatric TB, drug-resistant TB, and it is part of any new oral regimen which WHO recommends. So I think credit to Sanjeev and the team. To be honest, to having such a fantastic launch of the drug across more than 500 MDR TB centers in India, of course, with the facilitation from the government, with the national TB programs and things like that. But if we see the change in the TB landscape in India, a lot of credit goes to Sanjeev and the rest of the team for a very successful and a very productive collaboration with government, with NGOs, with different TB stakeholders across the world. So my career journey started as a discovery scientist, and we have been able to, within the field of infectious diseases, predominantly little bit oncology in the start, but eventually in infectious disease and eventually in global public health. So what we did is around 2004, 2005, we discovered this molecule in the labs here in Belgium, and the drug which eventually became Bedeclin, and it was launched, it was approved by US FDA in 2013 and by Government of India in somewhere in 2016 conditionally. I think now, as I said, that this drug is is used in every third out of every third patient. The drug is used in case of MDR-TB. It's available in more than 90% of countries where MDR-TB is the highest burden, and it is transformational in a sense that it has reduced the mortality due to MDR-TB, and it is also able to change the paradigm in the MDR-TB from injectables to oral therapies. And it's a drug, even if we would have had it discovered, unless and until we had those access and implementation strategies available, which Sanjeev and the rest of the teams did, I think this drug would have never reached the patients. So right now, more than 500,000 doses of this drug have been shipped globally. And it is, I can say with a lot of pride, that it is transforming and saving lives of people across the world. So it's the right mix of R&D, is the right mix of access, is the right mix of implementation, and that drives the change in global public health. And TB is just an example. And if you go and see the diseases of the world today, whether it is dengue, whether it is chikungunya, whether it is in some form or the other from the COVID, I think the transformation is part of what we call public-private partnerships. Unless and until we collaborate, nothing is going to happen. And it's the same thing in terms of the new innovation. If we look at the new innovation, whether it's cell and gene therapies, unless and until we have a very close collaboration between the government and a private sector, and investment coming from both the sides, no new therapies, no new technologies will eventually see the coming to the value chain. So I'm really firm believer that it has to be a close collaboration and an ecosystem where innovation is built, is fostered, is encouraged. And this can only happen with the right kind of investment environment, as well as a proper support from the government, as well as industry willingness to take some risks. So that I will stop here. And if there is anything else I need to add, happy to do that.
It is a very, very exciting story. We'd like to get into details in the second round. But before I come to you, I would request Dr. Jain. We have been waiting to listen to him. A great background, great work which is being done. Over to you, Dr. Jain.
Thank you, Mr. Jain, for this invitation. Thank you, BMA, Bhavna, Sanjeev, for this kind gesture. I'm typically out of the whole ecosystem as an academic, largely in most of the industrial body where I participate. So most likely only one academic in the system. So I'll just take the perspective of the previous discussion which has happened and the discussion which is happening now, innovation, industry, cluster. Coming from academia, I have a good amount of perspective of what is happening on the sides of industry, sides of academia, sides of startup innovation. So we started our post-independence journey. Many institutes were created. So I'm just giving a perspective and background and come to the real situation post-COVID. All the institutions started to do innovation in 1950s or say 60s. There were no industry, unfortunately, that time. So most of our institution followed what Americans were doing or Europeans were doing fundamental research. Unfortunately, the gap started building during that time. Before I go further, just to tell you, I'm the most optimistic whatever is happening right now. I don't have much complaint rather than more suggestions, but I'll come to the situation as of today. So we started building fundamental research. Industries started building somewhere in 70s, 80s. We didn't have proper infrastructure even to do industries. Dr. Reddy's started in 1986. So industries started building again what can be sold outside. The academia were not able to catch up because fundamentally we have grown a lot. Most of our knowledge, research, as Sanjeev rightly said, the metrics which we have used in academia were largely to produce papers. And again, the papers are very, very important to demonstrate the innovation. But there's no taker of innovation. Our industry is a Me Too industry. It doesn't matter how, we pat ourselves. We are Me Too industry. We do not innovate. So the problem is the supply and demand never matches. The supply is of innovation, but there is no demand of innovation. So who's going to take the innovation? And ultimately the gap started building up. In COVID, as some of our friends in the beginning, they said that we work together. We actually work together, and the realization of academic potential generated, whether it's a PCR kit, my lab company started from nowhere, and one of the biggest in-house manufacturers. They're manufacturing quite a few equipments. Many other industries have come up. Single-use technology, supply chain was major issues. So many of the academia, the Covaxin discovery itself, from ICMR, Bharat Biotech, came to Covaxin. But even during COVID, we were looking for innovation in Western countries. Apart from Covaxin, which is, a very rigid platform, we could not find innovation over here. But what everything has taught us, that at present, if you look into our academia, they're building up, they are trying to correlate what industry want as a perspective today. But there's also a need for our industry to create that awareness to academia, what do they need? So, because fundamental research always goes on the top. And what Me Too industry is there, which have lower expectations. So, industry needs to define the perspective or the requirement so they can get into the research which is being done at academia, or academia also has to lower down their expectation of doing research which they can deliver. So now where are the aspects? If I look into biologics, the area where I work in the biosimilar industry, so though Suresh has rightly said that we are missing the bus, I'll probably counter, we are not missing the bus, we are very much right on the track. I'll probably defer my opinion over our biosimilar journey is doing tremendously well. If we keep doing whatever right now a couple of industries are doing, we probably will have. Of course, has to be larger impetus. What China is doing is unfortunately within the China. We probably need to, so they do not have the penetration to the supply chain. They do not have the trust which probably Western countries need. So the largest US FDA plants are within our country. It means the biosimilar is definitely going to be the next trend setter and next major revenue generator in our country. Intas, Enzene, so if you recently look into the Enzene investment, which has happened, which is a Pune-based company, our vaccine pipeline, whether Serum or many other vaccine companies, a large amount of investment happened. So the infrastructure which has been generated during COVID is going to be utilized for biologics therapy. And this biologics therapy is coming, pretty rapidly. Of course, the overall biotech, so he's very much right on that, the overall biotech has been grown in China, which has not grown. So where we require government investment. And again, coming back to the startup ecosystem. So we are very nicely supporting startup ecosystem in the beginning, but we do not have ecosystem which can support a pilot stage. We have manufacturing capacity, we have early innovation capacity, but we do not have capacity in the middle. And where associations like IPA, industry bodies OPPI comes into the picture, where they support this middle phase, or they probably voice out this opinion to government that why this particular stage require much more incentive. So Department of Pharmaceutical or DCGI, CDSCO, there are a lot of challenges for a startup. They don't understand the language these regulatory bodies typically define. And it is very important for bodies to help them out or create an ecosystem so they can sustain. As far as therapies are concerned, mRNA tech, biological E, Companies like Genova has already mRNA tech. Though DNA tech and mRNA tech cannot come for COVID, but at least we got that technology. So what is going to be defined in the next 10 years? We have CAR T therapy, a local immunoact, which is IIT Bombay. We have another company called iStem and CCamp. So these therapies are coming. A significant amount of investment is happening in these industries. But government also has to come up, and industry was to also come up to include these. These are not a separate ecosystem. This is a same community, similar set of problem. So just to, say that there is a immense amount of opportunities in India. We have to, probably open our doors and understand this entire ecosystem as a single body. Whether it's a mRNA technology or whether it's a chemical synthesis, the rule of the game is same. There are no separate rules. And that's how, that's how at least I conclude this part of things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ratnesh. In fact, you focused on the right area, differences in the perspective of educational institution and industry. How do we bridge the gap and how do we take it forward? You also highlighted that India has moved forward in biosimilar space. You have been very, very optimistic. And I will just give the figure. We get saving of around $380 billion every year, and we have got the saving of around $2 trillion to US economy in last 10 years, generic industry. Next wave is biosimilars. We will get the saving of around $50 billion every year, and India will play a very, very important role. Only thing is we have to also work on regulations, because the regulation in Europe is different, the regulation in US is different. We'll talk about that. I will build on some of the thoughts which Sanjeev started, go to Anil, and then go to Ratnesh again. Sanjeev talked about, one is the new scheme which is being talked about. The government is going to launch that, which shows there is positivity in the environment. Then he talked about platform technology and he talked about startup ecosystem. What all three, and in the earlier part, he talked about that we have to build strength in biology. He talked about CAR T therapy and other areas. So basic management question is, Sanjeev, is where should we focus on and what are one or two areas which are important to take forward this journey? Over to you.
I think Sudarshan is working, yeah. Sudarshan, there are, I think, now some areas which, obviously it is about unmet medical need all the time, yeah. Biosimilars on one hand will give us fuel in terms of money. But biosimilars cannot be our goal. Yeah, I think that is the first thing that we must keep in mind, that let's not say that biosimilars is everything and therefore we should go after it. Then we would repeat the chemistry mistake that we did. So biosimilars should give us enough funding for us to do what we need to do. With the platforms that we have, first let us solve our own problems of tropical diseases. Because we keep talking about everything else. Nobody in the world is going to help us with our tropical diseases. I think it was a rarity that Anil's team did something for TB, but otherwise it's not going to be the case. So malaria, chikungunya, dengue, these are all things which are our own tropical diseases. We will solve for ourselves and we will help Africa. And imagine the impact, economic impact it would have on Africa as a continent if we solve it for ourselves and help them. So there is a big price to be gained by focusing on those. The second thing is oncology. And the reason I'm saying is something else. Oncology is also big price. I don't know whether people realize that the biggest drug today in our in globally in pharmaceutical market is a drug called Keytruda. Keytruda this year will sell $25 billion. $25 billion, one product. Yeah? It's unheard of what has happened with Keytruda. It is the mainstay of most immuno-oncology now. So if that is the size of the prize again, we getting into immuno-oncology and trying to be very, very quick about immuno-oncology will be a great thing for us. Because there are certain cancers that the prevalence in India is much higher than other countries. It's not that all cancers globally are similar to our prevalence in India. So there is certain change that we have, and we could focus on those. And the third thing that we have to focus on is probably completely out of the box story for us is the fact that uh, India's GDP is going to be hit hard by hypertension and diabetes. Our feeling is that 1% of India's GDP growth gets eaten up by mismanagement of hypertension and diabetes even today. So it's a field where everybody has been trying to do something. We have not found solutions at the base of which we say it's ultimately an inflammatory disease in one way or the other. But then what? And I think if we start looking at innovation there, it will be a dramatic shift for us, because probably we are being eaten more than other countries are in terms of management of these two diseases. So there are three areas where I would say we need to focus the maximum. There are obviously some rare diseases which we can take up. I think government this time talked about sickle cell disease. It's in some tribal area in Gujarat that is more prevalent. But there are some other rare diseases in India which really resonate with us. So there are, if we focus on what we need to solve for ourselves, we might be better off rather than trying to solve everything for the world right now.
Starts getting into now action areas, where to focus on, and Sanjeev has clearly defined that one is the tropical diseases, second is oncology, third is hypertension and diabetes, and fourth is rare disease. At the end of the day, if we see development of India over the years, previously was acute, now is chronic and maybe regenerative disease, and defining the target becomes very, very important. We'll come back, Sanjeev, again to the how part, and maybe I'll ask Anil, very, very important, because he was also associated with IMTech. Anil, you are uniquely focused that you have seen the science journey in India, as well as also you are looking now globally, based out of Brussels. Can you indicate to us that if we have to move forward in this journey, and we have defined broadly the focus areas, what are going to be the key driver based on your experience?
I think it's a very, very important question. The key drivers of success for India, Indian industry, Indian scientific institutions, Indian innovation system. As Sanjeev laid it very, very nicely. First, we solve our own problems from a policy perspective, and then we look for rest of the world in terms of the disease management. Our biggest problems right now, of course, are we are 30% of the global TB burden. Going forward, I think the biggest challenge for India will be to manage the antibiotic resistance in our hospitals and create new antibiotics. If you look at the level of resistance, drug resistance to all the antibiotics we have, I think most of the oncology patients will die from the serious bacterial infections than the disease itself. So we are on the cusp of the challenge of drug resistance infections much more than what we realize. It's a silent pandemic right now, and in next 5 to 10 years, we will see the evolution much faster of this resistance pattern. So definitely, I agree with Sanjeev. The first biggest challenge is the challenge which the country is facing in terms of the resistant infections, whether it's the TB, whether it's any other bacterial or viral infection which is predominant in the country. Because nobody else is going to solve these problems for you. We as a nation, nobody is interested in antibiotic research because the NPVs for most of these programs are so low. So we definitely need to think as industry, as government, as policymakers, and that how do we manage this? How do we put the investments where the nation needs it most? So that's definitely important for me going forward. I think what's also important for me going forward is the oncology area, because India is right now exploding in terms of cancer patients. The volume of cancer itself, whether it's different kind, whether it's lung, whether pancreatic or any other cancer management, is really getting tough. Getting those therapies to the Indian patients, building, especially if you look at biologics, we can still manage, small molecules, we can still manage. But the latest therapies, where the West is even struggling, the supply chain. If you look at the CAR T, some of the CAR Ts or cell and gene therapies, what we have right now, the biggest problem is not the science, it's the supply, is the individualized therapies which these patients needs, and how do we create that ecosystem in India to address the supply chain gap? Because if we innovate there in the supply chain of some of these CAR T therapies, it's going to be huge innovation, and it's basically going to have a big impact on the people themselves rather than the science associated with it. How do we create hospitals where we can have those individualized therapies rather than build manufacturing hubs to build those therapies? So I think we really need to think about the future in terms of the cell and gene therapies. Definitely from an oncology perspective, I don't talk about from a rare disease perspective, because we definitely need to tackle the problems which are prevalent in the nation in terms of the highest unmet medical need. I think what is also important, I believe, is the right kind of investment. If you look at our investment in science and tech right now, is around 0.7, 0.8% of the GDP. So which is relatively quite small in terms of when we are looking at innovation of the scale, particularly when we look at new product development, $1 billion to $2 billion investment in launching a product right from the start, discovery to the end. So that kind of investment, and the failure rates with huge failure rates. So we need that investment to fail, basically, to learn. And as Dr. Jain also said that, there's a huge gap between the discovery and initial product development. We can have those, we have very nice manufacturing capabilities for the small molecules, but there is definitely the gap. We need to fill that gap. How do we fill that gap? By building up the right infrastructure, as well as putting more money on the table for science and tech to fail, as well as some, let's say 10% of it to succeed. So if you look at models outside India, most of the science and tech and innovation is basically driven by private industry. If you look at Israel, if you look at South Korea, most of the investment which happens in there, 70 to 80% of R&D investment comes from the private sector. And India, 70 to 80 comes from the government sector. And most of the investment that happens in the science and tech goes to the public health institutions. So very few of it goes to startups, or it's very minuscule if you look at the level of investment which goes into those things. So definitely, I think we really need to change the investment ecosystem. We really need to create those value chains where risk taking is considered to be part of the learning and the success, and where innovation rather than the Me Too strategy is the focus. So, and I think the public sector institutions like CSIR, like DBT, like ICMR can play a very, very critical role. But I think the ball has to be out of their focus also. They are enablers, they are not the drivers. So the enablement from these public health institutions is definitely very important, but I think the industry has to take a major role in driving the next generation innovation. That includes cell and gene therapies, which I'm really sure we are somewhat lagging behind, because we managed to build on the chemistry revolution for small molecule drug discovery and small molecule medicines, but biology in India is somewhat lagging behind than what is in rest of the world. So we need to build those biological expertise in the country to going forward.
Any other point, Anil, from your experience from IMTech, which you would like to specifically focus on?
I think IMTech for me personally was one of the best things that could happen to me, because it allowed a private sector individual to see how government sector tries to function, what are the challenges and what are the opportunities. From an IMTech perspective, it was amazing what we could do within a span of 2 or 3 years. As Sanjeev and the rest of the people knew it, we could build what I managed to do in IMTech was to build a very strong private sector collaborative network, because I knew what industry wants, what industry is looking for. So I can give you a few examples. We got Zydus Cadila for doing early drug discovery for TB, which was very nice. They invested in it. They built the program, they built the teams, and we collaborated. We gave them the space, we gave them opportunity to work with the scientists from IMTech. Amazing program focused on very nicely drug discovery. Then we got Merck KGA, a very global company, to build a lab in IMTech, which is unthought about, where they still are there, which is nice to see, where they invested a lot of money in terms of the skill development. So they built an instrumentation lab, they built the new technology lab where they are teaching next generation of scientists, particularly very young scientists who don't have opportunities to know the biological technologies. And they have trained more than 60,000 people. I don't know the real numbers, but it must in more than 30,000 people in last several years in terms of skill developments. Then we had, of course, we had potential collaborations with the J&J. We had we also had Beckinson. I don't remember the name of the company, but there are a few other private sector investments which were very keen. I think the key is basically, of course, the leadership in the public sector, the trust with the industry, the lack of trust between the industry and the public sector institutions in India, whether it is IMTech, whether it's CDRI. But there is a lot of talent, I can tell you, in India. It's an amazing, it needs to be channelized. And you can see that India being at the cusp of innovation in the next 10 years. There's a huge aspirational India waiting for new innovation, to be part of that new innovation cycle. And they can do anything to be part of that. And in the West, you lack that aspiration and the zeal. And I think if we can channelize that aspiration of the next generation, I think we will be ahead of anybody else across the world.
Thank you very much, Anil. In fact, you highlighted two very important points. How do we attract private sector investment in public institutions? And once that collaboration works and you leverage the young demographic of India, there is no stopping back.
Industry. So what is happening is, luckily, I would say we are good in biology. I'm not saying we are best in biology. Most of the institutions currently who are very good doing fundamentally in biology, the problem is we don't know how to use that biology. And that is something which is being channelized at the moment. So one of the way to handle this is cluster settling, whether it's a Mumbai cluster, Bangalore cluster, Hyderabad cluster, or Mohali cluster. These cluster needs channelization. And Sanjeev talked about 0.7% of the GDP. I'm not sure when government will be convinced. Everybody talks about GDP increase in R&D. I don't know when it will happen that we increase our percent expenditure on R&D, but it is a time that industry or academia or a startup can drive this, can increase the pace. And this pace can only be increased when there are coordinated communications which are happening. Unfortunately, even if you look in Mumbai, we have everything. There is nothing needed. We have TIFR, we have Tata Cancer Hospital, we have all kind of industry. But somehow the single communication, there is no way we can communicate in a unified language which allow these innovation to come in and be applicable and can be utilized in an industrial setting, being commercialized. So synthetic biology is one of the major driver which is going to drive most of our innovation. Biology being talked about, cell and gene therapy, of course these are, so Tata Cancer Hospital has one of the biggest gene therapy center recently inaugurated. It is going to be one of the driver, and whether government, DAE, Department of Atomic Energy, or Tata Cancer Hospital, they are being opened in multiple centers, Guwahati, Mohali, many other cases. So probably clinicians are the leading role, playing leader role in the cancer therapy and being CAR T therapy. Coming back to TB and what we need to eradicate disease and what needs to be. So last week of March, Prime Minister himself is launching the National Tuberculosis Eradication Program in Varanasi. It is going to be one of the largest programs. Many pharma industries are going to be part of that as well, where they'll be taking a centralized initiative. So we probably need a mission mode. Just to putting a last point, what do we need to do? So recently Government of India has launched Mission Semiconductor Chip. You know, we are doing this semiconductor investment in a mission mode. A couple of our MNC friends were there. The question is why they are not creating their R&D hub here. Even Anil is here. Why one of the, so they reach till Singapore, but somehow they do not go beyond Singapore to create R&D. Even the Pfizer Biologics hub in Chennai got shut off. They have a small molecule at IIT Madras now, but whether GSK, whether Novartis, all the top 20 companies, somehow they do not innovate in India. They innovate somewhere else. For India as a business opportunity for most of the companies. So that burden of innovation come to much less revenue generating Indian companies. And somehow they cannot innovate. So either industry body or India, so most of my recommendation to government is create an ecosystem where not only pharma companies like say GSK or Pfizer can open their R&D center, but also the supply chain. So Thermo, Lonza, Merck, these are the companies who control most of the supply chain, which can, so we can make drugs, but we don't have access. So we can make nice vaccine, but the entire Serum Institute is dependent on companies like Thermo, Lonza, Merck, Paul, Cytiva. We are dependent on these companies. Until they supply, we can't make drugs. So their R&D center must also come. And the ecosystem government, there nobody else can play a role, unfortunately. Unless government create a holistic ecosystem that all the companies have their R&D, our new generation will learn how to innovate. We don't know how to innovate, to be honest. So we learn from these practices and then probably something. And this is China has done. China has done, they invited Apple, they create MI, they create Vivo, they create so many mobile phone companies because Apple is manufacturing there. Same is happening with biology. They invited all biological companies, Lonza, Merck, everybody has R&D center there. And that's why their biotech industry is booming. So unless we create that platform, we will not, probably we take little more time to do that.
This is fantastic. It leads to many of the action points from here. What Dr. Jain is saying is 2-3 areas. One is attracting foreign companies to come to India. How do we create the platform? Because that's the best way. Second, he talked about collaborative networks which have to be created. And he has been practicing in his own way cluster formation in the city of Mumbai. He talked about that because unless the collaborative networks are there, and the government is working on it. He talked about the TB campaign, which is assumed, and also bio-manufacturing setup. In fact, I had a discussion with Dr. Gokhale, the kind of work which is bio-manufacturing clusters are being created. Now, before I ask everyone to summarize, if there are 1 or 2 questions we will take from audience, and then we will lead to action plan from here. Any questions from the audience? Anyone who would like to ask any question? I know we are standing between the lunch and this session. That is a very, very important point. So maybe what I like to do is close with the theme, and maybe I will ask each one of them, is we are really in Amrit Kal period, as the Prime Minister rightly said, 2047. Government is working on a vision plan. I will ask my three panel members, what will they like to see India in 2047? One point, and what will be they proud of? I will start with Dr. Jain, go to Dr. Anil Kaul, and then go to Sanjeev. 2047, if we sit here, what will they like to see India, and what will they like to be proud of? One or two sentences.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Jain. I think it's a vision which everybody is creating what we are going to see. So I would like to see India to be a leader where we will be providing affordable drugs, high quality drugs, say a cell therapy which can actually save patients' life in a most affordable price. There is a guarantee that apart from India, nobody can manufacture drugs, vaccines, cell therapies, gene therapies in affordable manner. Nobody can do that. So that is the only fortunate point which we have. But India should be able to do that. So India should be a global leader by providing affordable medicine to rest of the world. That's my vision, at least, to see it here.
Fantastic. Anil?
I think I agree entirely. My hope is that we create an holistic technologies, whether it is cell and gene therapies, we are leader in that. But at the same time, my inner wish is that we are the leaders in health equity across the world, within the nation as well as across the world. We lead, we provide a health for the humanity rather than anything else. We address health inequity, whether it is Africa, whether it is South America, whether it's anywhere in the world, so that no patient who cannot afford the costly medications, we provide them the solutions. We have been the generic pharmaceutical country for the world. We supply the vaccines to every second vaccine in the world is manufactured in India. So for future therapies, for future innovation, I think we are the creators of that innovation. We are the hope to bring that equitable health equity to the rest of the world, and we are the drivers of the future innovation, whether it is CAR-Ts, whether it is cell therapies, whether it is biologics, or whether it is small molecule space. My hope is that the next companies in India, at least we have 20, 30 companies which are the global leaders from an innovation scale. And that's my hope. And we have a bioeconomy of $1 or $2 trillion. So why not? We can hope for that.
Thank you very much, Anil. Sanjeev?
Two things. One is no Indian should die of a preventable disease in India because of lack of access. I think that's probably my number one wish. And second one is a very practical thing that today the global pharmaceutical industry is around 1 trillion. We should be around 4 trillion by 47. India should have, and biologics will be half of it. So 2 trillion will be biologics, out of which India should have 25% market share. And that means we should have roughly around $500 billion worth of market share, which means we are 50 billion today. So it means 10 times. So that should be our aim, 25% market share of biologics industry by 2047.
Fantastic. In fact, the government of India is working on the vision plan, and Sanjeev, they are talking of the same kind of figures, from 50 billion today to 500 billion by 2047, global custodian of health, both innovation and manufacturing hub. We had an advantage of very distinguished panel. I do a lot of discussions. I'm part of many of the discussions. I didn't have that advantage of the distinction. Yeah, Pradeep, any question?
Sorry for the interruption. So don't you think that the companies should be directed to have the innovation and R&D fund, like we have done in the CSR now? It's a compulsory 2% to be kept out of profits. So your observation on that.
So the companies can invest that CSR fund in the educational institution, and they can get the benefit of it. So that is part of the budget thing. They can invest there, right? So I'd like to conclude with this. Thank you for great participants. Thank you for a very distinguished panel. And I will say that I do a lot of discussion, but a very, very distinguished panel. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I quickly call on stage Dr. Kiran Yadav, Vice President of the BMA, to felicitate the panelists? Now we proceed towards lunch, and we will reconvene at 2:15, please. That we do. The role of technology in expanding access and bringing newer treatments to our patients cannot be undermined. This panel discussion throws light on the role of technology in expanding access to healthcare. May I welcome on stage the moderator of the panel, Vikram Chandrasekhar, Partner, Healthcare and Life Sciences, Bain and Company. And since it's Vikram's panel, he has decided to ask the panelists to introduce themselves.
Absolutely. Would love to have all the panelists join us up on stage as well. Please come on up, and we have a very distinguished panel, so please a big round of applause for this group. Wonderful. So great to be here, and thank you, Sanjeev, thank you, Bhavna, and thank you to the BMA for having us. Wonderful occasion. And I was just reflecting on the topic that we're all going to be speaking on, so maybe I'll just set the stage and then I'll request the gentlemen to introduce themselves as well. While I was thinking about this, so apt that we're having a conversation on digital while sitting in the Geo Center. Because, as we know over the last 10 years, this has really been one of the fundamental transformations that has happened in our country is really the penetration and the rate of change that digital has brought about. And as you think about it, there are many spaces where that transformation has come through. But two of them really are: one, telecom, where we sort of leapfrogged the landline and went to the mobile phone. And then the second is payments, where we've leapfrogged credit cards and we've gone to digital payments. And really, as we think of this session here, the question that we'd like to explore is that, is there an opportunity for us to leapfrog on healthcare and driving healthcare access? And far more important space than some of the other spaces that technology has done this in. But what's the opportunity here? So very interesting discussion. My name is Vikram. As Bhavna said, I'm a partner with Bain & Company with our healthcare practice. Work primarily on life sciences in India and also in the region. And both on pharma as well as consumer health. So both of those are areas which I'm very passionate about. I'd like the rest of the group to introduce themselves and welcome to the panel discussion. Vishal, maybe we can start with you.
Hi, I am Vishal Gondal, founder and CEO of Goki. I'm not a management student or a doctor or a science student. I'm a college dropout, and I used to program computer games. And from there, I have jumped to the world of health. So it's fascinating to see how since digital is going to lead health, how gamification is going to play a big role. So that's what I focus on.
Thank you, Vishal. Thank you for being here. Dr. Gupta.
See, even technologically, you have to update me for a mic. So my introduction, simplest is I'm Vishal's friend. That's one. Second, I'm here because of a very dear friend, Sanjeev, and as you can make out from my voice, I'm down with fever. Nothing serious, it's just seasonal. A few weeks back, Sanjeev called me and said, there is something happening on 10th and I want you there. I said, Sanjeev, I'll be there. So I have no clue about what we're going to talk, and God is always very kind to me. One is, this is a post-lunch session, so I can get away with whatever I say. Second is that, always something comes to my rescue. So today I'm not in the best of my cognitive abilities, but in my past avatar, I've worked a lot with the pharma. So my gurus are sitting here, Sudarshan Jain, Sanjeev, and I'm sure old Rishi. Vishal is a dear friend. And I've been with pharma industry for a long time. Then I lost my path, joined the government as advisor to health minister. So if you find something missing in the health policy, the guy's due date is me. And if you found other policies also wrong, the man to blame is me. So you have all the reasons to went out, and anyway, I'm going to be around for some time. Then I realized that digital health is something that is going to be here. I have been with that for a long time, working with WHO on the guidelines development, chairing the dynamic coalition on digital health at the UN. And again, I have to stop here because I'm always at loss to explain what I do. So I let it pass to Tushar now.
Thank you, Dr. Very kind. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. And my name is Rahul Goa. It's very tough to follow such an introduction. So I run ThyroCare. And just one submission, sir. We have a brand new fever profile that allows you to test for dengue, malaria, influenza, and typhoid, all with one test.
This is when the fever has lasted for a week. They will never stop selling.
Thank you, Rahul. Thanks for that. Rahul.
So good evening, good afternoon, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Parag Rindani. I work as CEO for Wokhart Hospitals Group, and by training, I'm a microbiologist and also then qualified in finance. So I currently run about 6 hospitals for the group, and we are now getting into the place where we are torn between touch and tech. And that's something that is the challenge that we all will have to come to terms with. So I think we're really looking forward to a productive discussion this afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Parag. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And it's wonderful to have a panel which has got such diversity of representation across, provider, tech, consumer wellness, protection, preventive health, policy. So it's should make for a very interesting discussion. Just to get us started, I'd just like to go around the group. And as you think back, or over the last couple of years, and also some of the changes that are underway right now, what is it that you find most exciting or energizing about the way technology is transforming healthcare? Vishal, we can start with you.
I think COVID has played the role of digital transformation for the whole world, and healthcare has been one such industry. The whole point of care, which was clinic or hospital driven, is rapidly moving at home and remote. The whole consumers now have all kinds of devices. They all know what is SpO2 and HRV and all these things which were alien. Every consumer knows their D-dimer levels and they can read ThyroCare report better than anywhere else. Third thing, now that consumers have data, they're asking for, tell me advice specific to me. So the whole advice, and I think that's where the doctor's role is getting a little different, because previously, people didn't have data, but now everybody has WhatsApp University, Google, and ThyroCare reports PDF in their phones, and they are all demanding that tell me what is more relevant to me. And this is leading to tons of data. I mean, we all have digital certificates of vaccines. Suddenly the entire, at least in India, I mean, US may people still have those written chits, they are far behind. But on the tech side, the Indian consumer, average Indian consumer already has so much health data. So I am personally excited on how this data, which by the way, in the UPI case has unlocked a financial revolution in this country. I think health data is going to be the catalyst to transform our healthcare system. So that's what I am personally very excited about.
Very interesting. Dr. Kutta, would you like to go next? Fascinating.
So when it comes to excitement about what's going to happen, the first thing normally, if you ask anyone in this room, this is probably one of the best times, for humans in this civilization. Anything you can see today, you need to transform. So that's the opportunity. So there is nothing that is not an opportunity today. Having said that, so if you come specific to health, so look at, I will just confine to India, 550 million people covered under PMJY. There is an upside, there is a downside, and there is a middle path. But just remember that all these 550 million people will be exposed to digital health, because that's what the government's vision is. So if that doesn't excite you, nothing can excite. The second part, as we speak, we have around 330 million ABHA numbers given out. That's more than the population of the United States. So I think on the, what you call it, electronic health records or digital health records, we're still by far the largest in the world in terms of being rolled out. People may not have been using, but they will not have a choice in the next 2 years. They will have to use. That's the way. If you look at the, I think Vishal made this point, the COVID vaccinations, we did 2.2 billion vaccinations through the app. So the proof lies in the pudding, that you are seeing digitalization in deployment. We're not talking theory. When I wrote the policy in 2016, which was passed by the cabinet in 17, I wrote the policy thinking, we will do it. When you write a policy, people will have to implement the digital health ecosystem. But then we made the rules, and then we are seeing now the deployment of that. If you look at eSanjeevani, we have 92 million consultation. The next version is going to come out soon. That will have national language processing. So someone from Karnataka speaking in Kannada and a doctor from UP speaking in Hindi will be able to talk to them in their language and hear them in their own language. So I think if you ask me what is exciting, that's one part, the government part. Here, I would still say industry is pathetically slow in adoption of digital. It's a very harsh statement for you all to hear. I know that because I've been with the industry. But then it is slow. What I worry is that the pace of adoption of technology by patients and in the government will outpace the industry, and industry is not prepared. Your moment of truth is now. There was a software as a drug. There's a software as a medical device. Are we waiting for software as a doctor? And that's going to happen in this decade. I know doctors get upset when I say that. But the fact is that if you're not prepared for it, as a pharma industry, most of you I see sitting in the first few rows have been a part of what we do as masterclass for the last 2-3 years. The messages that came out was, pharma industry has to move beyond pills, hospitals have to move beyond beds, and primary care has to move beyond doctors. If you're not ready for it, you will be in for a big shock. What Tesla did, it came out in 2003. Tesla was the newest kid on the block. And you look at Fiat, which was 1889. Look at valuation of all the companies that have been there for over 100, 150 years. Tesla is valued more than all of them combined. Pharma industry is not going to be conventional. Don't expect your patient to be interacted, in the way you used to do in the past. Patient would like to be in touch with you. And that's where I think the role of digital therapeutics is going to be very important. Whatever name you give it. So most of the pharma companies, the business lies in chronic patient, and chronic patient is not the same. So if you're not addressing your patient, you're not probably doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Fantastic data, sir. And actually, some of it was an eye-opener as well, so thank you. Look, I like to tell just stories, so I'll probably tell what excites me the most. So I believe now I am hypertensive. I think 1/3 of Mumbai is hypertensive as per the latest BMC report. So I go see a doctor, a cardiologist, once every 3 to 4 months. And earlier, I would make an appointment, then the appointment would be at 5 p.m. I would sit at the clinic with my stack of thyrocare reports and wait to see the doctor. Consultation would be maybe 3 to 5 minutes. He'd look at it, he'd say, okay, continue this, stop that, and then we were done. It was between travel, all of this, it would be a 3-hour affair, right? Typically during the work day. And just recently, I did one of the online consultations. We booked the appointment. I was in office. I continued to work. When the doctor was available, I got a message that the doctor is now available. I shared the reports online, thanks to some of the digital medium. He looked at the reports, talked to me, how are you feeling? And we were done in about 10 minutes. So from a 3-hour world, from not having to leave my office, and I don't think I lost anything in the consultation. So I resonate very much, sir, with your point that the advent of digital is here. I experienced it. And, I've gone through the journey and I love it. So will I go back to the way where, I had to wait outside the office for an hour plus and then have a consultation and all? Probably not, unless it was very much required. So I think that excites me a lot, because then you can bring so many different tools, and I'll talk about some of them when we talk later, to make the life of the patient so much more easier, make access and consultation so much more convenient, that you can really transform the game beyond just selling a particular consultation or a hospital bed or a pill. I think that's how you should think about it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rahul.
Very interesting. Puts your mind to thinking whether we should be building hospitals at all in the future, especially ones which have OPD rooms. And I guess with the amount of private equity that's flowing into India, with a kind of stagnating CAGR thanks to some of PM's policies on curtailing profitability for healthcare, it's a little bigger eye-opener for me that we might not need those beautiful OPD rooms that we just invested in. Anyway, point being that what excites me about healthcare today, the digitization piece, of course, but I think what's very important is today healthcare is at a point where the last 50 years of research have yielded end-game solutions for chronic diseases. Take, for example, the fact that you can replace pancreas, that you can replace an intestine, that you can replace a heart, you can get surgery done for diabetes, and you can have zero medication for 8 to 10 years after that. I think that's what excites me. I think what excites me today is the ability of scientists to clone cells so that with a mere one infusion of, and I'm sorry, I'm speaking strictly as a doctor and not wearing my CEO hat right now. I think that's what excites me today. And what also helps is the fact that today, thanks to the fact that we are the third/fourth/fifth different sources, fastest growing economy in the world, we have access to all of this. And today people across the world are happy to give us this information because they see us as what we are, an economy whose people can afford this treatment, an economy where people are educated enough to take on this treatment, and an economy which accepts this because it's true science. So I think that's the exciting part, that healthcare today is at a different, curve in its own growth pattern. The other thing, obviously, is the fact that we are able to today market better with digitization. Digital technology helps us to get into our databases and actually reach out to a patient with diabetes and say, and I'm sure Thyrocare does it, and SRL does it, and everybody does it, and say, hey, listen, your last GlyHB was done 6 months back and it was high, and we'd like to reach out to you and, set up a consultation. And while I actually am a proponent of digital technology, my OPD, physical OPDs, we now actually have a second column in our MIS, by the way. We have a digital OPD column and a physical OPD column. So that's another thing that's changed. But people still want to come to see the doctor. I don't think it's that bad that you just don't want to see the doctor. I think people want to spend time with the doctor. Doctors are able to do that again thanks to digital technology because they have the reports up front. What also excites me is the fact that hospitals are able to capture data in a much, much smarter format. The last 20 years of telephony coming in, smartphones coming in has also helped doctors to now become more amenable. I totally agree with Dr. Gupta, sir, when he says that India is lagging, that our industry is lagging in terms of the uptake of technology. I think doctors were the worst. If you go to a hospital, the nurses will type their notes, the pharmacists will do it, but the doctors won't. So, but that's changing now. And today, thanks to newer technologies like voice to text, you have all these things. I think that's something that's also amazingly helping industry. So that's where we are at.
Wonderful, thank you. And such incredible themes, because these are fundamental themes. These are not necessarily healthcare related themes, but just the availability of broad data to be able to make decisions. The scale at which change is happening. So you're saying, 550 million PMGY, 300 million, EHR. So it's just everything here is in hundreds of millions of scale. And of course, the ability to save time, the ability to be able to make those management decisions, etc. So very, very interesting themes. While we're on the subject of data, Vishal, if I could ask you, you have access to fantastic user data from Goki. And there's actually a wonderful report that you guys publish as well. We're actually seeing a broad-based, if I can call it a consumerization of healthcare, where patients are actually, Dr. Parag, as you were also saying, more interested in their health. And they're actually looking at, data both online as well as, from their friends and family about what are some of the best courses of action. Health-seeking behavior has actually increased even after COVID, and we see that in many, many different parts of of the healthcare profit pool. Vishal, if you could tell us, what are you seeing in, where are we along this journey of the consumerization of healthcare and the shift from curative to preventive? Where are we on that?
Just imagine there is a highway where there are tons of accidents happening of a car. Currently, the solution which people are proposing that let's have more garages, let's have more mechanics on this highway. Rather than trying to put lane discipline, making sure people drive, not drink and drive, and all of that. That's exactly the state of our business of health or healthcare industry. It is not healthcare, it is sick care. It is waiting for people to get diabetes, hypertension, everything. And these are chronic disease. The pills do nothing. Pills can subside their symptoms, but the reality is unless you don't fix your behavior, unless you don't drive your car better, you will keep crashing. You will keep crashing. And that is the fundamental disconnect between the sick care model and the preventative healthcare model, which wants to influence user behavior. And the reason why this is happening now is because COVID has taught people immunity. COVID has taught people that suddenly pills are not going to solve their problem. They have to invest in themselves and their lifestyle. So that was one macro shift in people's thinking. Now when it comes to data, see, there is a very, in game theory we talk about incentives drive behavior. Right now, the problem is that the incentive for healthy behavior was much lower. Just think about it. I'm sure each one of you have one of the food apps which is constantly sending you a message to buy burger, pizza, or biryani because they are profiting from selling you junk food. You are constantly not sleeping because Netflix or Amazon Prime or YouTube has dropped some new series. They are profiting from you not sleeping. Previously, we used to go walk outside to buy bread or some grocery. Now people are saying, "Ghar pe baito, 10 minutes, I am going to deliver you whatever you want." So there are people who are profiting on your laziness. And this laziness of consuming junk food, not sleeping on time, not being physically active is contributing to millions of people with diabetes, blood pressure. I mean, the data is staggering. And this is becoming an epidemic. Now, if you look at governments, insurance companies who are interested in making sure that you become healthy so that you are not a burden on the system, that's suddenly when the preventative model comes in. So just to kind of summarize this point, that consumers will drive the behavior which you are incentivizing. And let me give you an example. We launched a diabetes management program which was gamified. And the way it is gamified is we are saying for every 1 point drop in HbA1c, we are going to reward you with 1 gram gold. So your body does not have sugar, your body has gold. Now let's do. Suddenly there are people calling us, ki, "Arey, mera data nahi aaya, please take my test." They are doing more tests, more data, because now there is an incentive attached to not only providing data, but connected to the outcome, and this incentivization directly goes to the patient who is working on this. A model like this suddenly transforms healthcare because we are no longer trying to incentivize the doctor, or which is the traditional pharma model, right? That how do we get them to prescribe more medicines or work on that side, versus going to the patient and telling them that, "Listen, dude, you have sugar, you have gold in your body, let's remove the sugar and convert it to gold." So a simple thing like this can suddenly get you. So we are currently having roughly 50 billion data points. An average user in a month gives us 250,000 data points of all kinds. And this data point now, suddenly with platforms like ChatGPT, can actually not only predict when you're going to get sick, but actually prevent it by changing behavior in advance.
It's absolutely fascinating. And just the scale is mind-boggling. Just on that point, and you mentioned chronic disease and the fact that once it sets in, there's not much that you can do. I think Rahul, if we were to turn to you and just build on that, there's just this massive top of the funnel opportunity to drive diagnostics. A lot of disease is still undiagnosed, leave alone untreated. You've obviously seen this up close. What's your view on what can be done to open up the funnel on diagnostics?
Sure. I think COVID did a lot. I mean, earlier, if you had a fever, you took rest. And if you met a doctor, in all likelihood, you would start antibiotics. It was the first time that...
You won't even wait for the doctor. People start on their own.
Yeah. And so I think after COVID, for the first time, people said, let's get a test, and see if it's a viral or a bacterial infection, right? And that is one massive top of the funnel unlock for COVID testing, which unfortunately is gone and now is reflected in everyone's EBITDA margins. But more importantly, look, I break it up. I like to use acronyms. Because I find it easier when someone uses an acronym to remember. So I call it the ACE, right? So if I say there's an ACE, the first A is about awareness. I think the paradigm has always been get an annual health checkup, right? But an annual health checkup is very broad-based and, actually doesn't test for everything. So I think one massive unlock that we've been pursuing is, why am I only thinking about annual health checkup? If I was a consumer company, I would think about this very differently, right? If you have hair fall, if you have skin problems, if you have heart health, you're worried about diabetes, you're worried about fever, right? So what we've done is try to unlock the top of the funnel by just taking FMCG thinking around what are the different purchase occasions is not really the right term, but the different occasions or worries that you would have, and really implementing that in the awareness. So that's one big unlock. So that's the A. I think the C is really about continuity, and you talked a lot about that. If you are diabetic, if you have dyslipidemia, you should really check often, right? And so what we've done is implemented a lot of protocols that looks at your past data, then reminds you, tells you, hey, it's time for your next test. It's time, that you set up a consultation and all of that. So I think continuity is not exactly top of the funnel, but if you look at the repeat funnel, it's a very, very big unlock. Most, at least from our data that we have seen, ideally you should be testing your cholesterol once every 6 months. On average, we've seen people are testing once a year to between once every 2 years. So we're already looking at that gap and saying, look, that has implications on the progression of the disease, how you get treated, all of that. So that's the continuity part. And then the last is ease, which I also run the diagnostic platform at PharmEasy. And we're really trying to see how do we almost make the experience like booking an Uber. So on the app, you can actually go pick a test. You'll get a time slot within an hour and a half. If the guy doesn't come and collect your blood at that time, it's free. The test is free. And you get your report on the same day. And it's all on the app. You pay online, everything's online. So we're trying to make it as easy as booking an Uber. Or booking gulab jamun on Swiggy.
Don't make it as easy as gulab jamun.
So that's the ace, right? I think about it as awareness, continuity, and then ease. That's the way.
Very interesting. Very interesting. And I think the FMCG thinking is a very interesting part of driving that, plus the customer experience. Dr. Prag, one thing that you touched upon when you were speaking earlier was this confluence of touch and tech, and we were speaking a little bit about that earlier as well. Now there are of course views that you don't need, or you will soon not need a doctor less. Let's stand corrected, less. But do you want to talk a little bit about that touch and tech? How do they go together? What's the right balance between those?
So I think in 2023 it would be stupid to even say that any one of them can win alone, and I think all of us are on the same page, and I think the sooner the doctors and our medical education system understands that, the better. I think technology is here to stay, but I think right now this entire, not to quote Rahul, but just this entire Uberization that, everything can be apped and everything is for everybody is taking things a bit too far. I think at some time this all will funnel down into a little bottleneck where only the real needy apps and the needy requirements of healthcare will go forth. The not vital few will get dropped off, and that's something which we'll have to also understand, that technology cannot be used for everything. I was recently at a convention which was hosted by the Apollo Group of Hospitals in Delhi, and they actually had a robot on stage who was co-hosting with Preeta Reddy. Very interesting. She spoke, Preeta Reddy spoke, and then the robot also spoke. And I was somehow charmed to see Miss Reddy in this beautiful sari that she was wearing, and I was not very excited to see those metal plates on that robot. So if you ask me, I would love to have a beautiful amalgamation of both. I would love to have a smart nurse, and I would love to have that smart nurse using good technology. And at the end of the day, what is the consumer interested in? The consumer is interested in effectiveness of the treatment, value for the treatment. He needs to see the right physician or the right surgeon at the right time. And he needs to know that whatever is happening with him is happening correctly. We all aim for the right treatment. We all know that healthcare makes mistakes. And nobody likes those mistakes, and we pay heavily for those mistakes. But I think every patient needs similar things. What we have to do is find the right mix of touch and technology. I don't believe that at some stage there will be a robot which will clean a patient I cannot quote that joke, but I have a very funny joke about, about technology where, well, it's not very funny. Sometimes technology can be cruel, and you do need the human touch. So I think it's going to be a good mix, and this marriage has to be carefully titrated, because if not carefully titrated, we've just come to the stage where our government has started investing in training human cadres in the medical and nursing fraternity so that we are able to get the right numbers finally for this huge country that we have. We need to use technology where it's actually merited and where it can decongest human workload. AI also is important, and it should be used. I myself, I'm working now with the government to work on doctors getting registered on these apps and all of that. But I don't believe that touch has lost its place, and to that end, I'm old fuddy-duddy and will probably remain so, because I believe you have to have a good mix of both. I do use a smartphone, I do have a smart car in multiple ways, but I still need my wife. Okay, I still need touch.
I think we all.
Okay, I don't think I would like to go home to a yellow, and because that was the color of the Apollo robot, and it was called Maitri. Maitri. I don't need Maitri in my life. I need my wife. So I think you need the nurse to put her hand on your head when you're, spiking fever. You ask the feedback of people who have undergone COVID, and we were one of the groups which actually led a lot of the COVID treatment in this state at least. People were not happy to see those white-clad figures. People have had nightmares and psychosis after getting out of the hospital. I was in ICU for around 8 days, and I've had psychosis after coming out of the hospital because those white figures are a nightmare. You need the human touch. Coupled with technology, it's a good marriage. That's my take.
And so I just wanted to add one. I think it's a fantastic point. And I do believe, if I was to encapsulate our discussion, I think the future of healthcare is bionic. Let me get a sense of how old this. How many people remember RoboCop? Not many. So, so I know now the age of this audience. But how many? So it's like Iron Man and Jarvis, right? I mean, you have Iron Man, and Iron Man by himself is not enough, but the suit also is not enough. And Jarvis is also equally important as in part of the equation. And I do believe that's the future of healthcare. It is bionic. Technology is there to support and ensure that healthcare is been given a force multiplier, because we don't have it in India. I mean, if you just try to build healthcare capacity organically through the medical colleges and all of that, it's not going to happen. The bridge is just too far. I think if you think about it as bionic and as technology as a force multiplier, I think that's where the sweet spot really sits.
Absolutely. So it's not touch or tech, it's touch and tech.
But I just want to have a counter view. While I agree with touch and tech and nurse and wife and girlfriend and everything, the reality is about 7 years, 8 years back, when UPI was launching, bank CEO said, "Arey yaar, people want to come to the branch, they want to see the teller, they want to feel the notes in their hand. Hamare paas itne sare branches hain." The same argument, right? That people want to visit a bank. There is trust when they see that their money is in this bank and they see the locker and all of that. And of course, today, none of the banks are leaders in UPI. It's Paytm, it's PhonePe, it's Google Pay. It's technology companies like us who love robots, and I can have, virtual dates with anybody online. I think the reality is that there is the new generation which is completely comfortable doing things virtually, who have relationships virtually. We are all doing Zoom calls, etc., etc. And we may need an occasional touch, but that is when things go really wrong. I don't need to touch my nurse and have my nurse feel me every day. And I think that's the point over here, right? That consumer, while there is a great picture around it, the consumer doesn't want to really do this. Getting to a hospital is not a pleasant experience. Drawing blood is not a pleasant experience. It is different than, other experiences. So the point really over here is, and I'll give you a very interesting stat. Insurance companies give every person free blood test. You know what is the redemption rate of that? less than 1%. Free test. पैसे भी देने की जरूरत नहीं. Insurance company आपको दे रही है, पर फिर भी because nobody wants to get pricked. You know, one insurance company, it's a joke actually, one insurance company guy got very smart. He said, I am going to give you Domino's pizza voucher. 96% claim rate. 96%. Of course, then he was fired because, he didn't want to have their people eat Domino's pizza. But the problem right now over here is exactly this, that the old institutions are about touch and feel and physical infrastructure, and the future generation is all about technology. My son recently went to a concert inside a game called Fortnite. So people are now not only they're visiting concerts, there's a lot happening in the virtual world. India is one of the leading players in esports. So all the young people here are already experiencing the world virtually more than physically.
So I'm a Sagittarian, and therefore I can't help but put in a last word. I just want to say, and I agree with you, and I look forward to that day when I can afford to do without the 70% attrition of nurses that we have today, annual. Okay, and I would love to have people not leaving the job and going to Dubai and Singapore and so on and so forth, and that's utopian.
Welcome to the world of software. There is more
Exactly.
attrition in software than...
But I think
everybody is going everywhere in the world of tech, right?
To my point, we were one of the first hospitals. We were notorious. We were all across Times of India. We had members of parliament calling us up because we had 136 staff who fell ill within a week at Wokhad, South Mumbai. And one of the first deaths that happened in COVID was in a government hospital in KEM, and the second death happened at our hospital, and there were no clear guidelines for this. And you know why I bring home the point of touch? Every religion has a ritual, whether you bathe, wo Ganga Jal pilana hai, wazu karna hai, sacred water se snan karana, and so on and so forth. One of the biggest problems that COVID brought forth was the inability of people to render last rites. And believe me, this lack of touch can become haunting. So I think that as we move forward, and as we are challenged with more and more complex diseases, these things may be a digital wazoo or a digital Gangajal Pilana might be the order of the day in future.
Very diverse, very, very interesting and diverse perspectives. Glad to get both sides or all sides of that. But Dr. Gupta, I think you had spoken about the policy framework, and clearly given so many different perspectives in the field, there is need for a policy framework that really embraces all of this, but then also moves the dialogue forward and moves us all forward. Now, you've seen the National Digital Health Program up close. What's your view on where is it? What are the bottlenecks? What are some of the challenges, and how that can move forward?
So firstly, I was listening and I'm little trying to digest all the things, but I have one point to make on my colleague from Wokhad. Where he said that still people will come to hospitals. So I would always talk of data. That is my biggest weakness as a policymaker. If you look up one of the world's most respected health systems called Kaiser Permanente, not now. We all say COVID did a whole lot of stuff to digital health. Not really. It's pretty old. Way back in 2012, their online consultations far exceeded your face-to-face consults. So that's the fact of the matter. Today, 60% of their consults are online. So it's not that models are not going to change. Let's be ready for that. So that doesn't mean that hospitals will go out of business. No. But hospitals that don't do digital health will certainly be at loss. And I remember this discussion and I'll take a minute to clear that point. It was January of 2020. I was in one of the largest Middle East and North Africa conference. There was no COVID at that time. And there was a large hospital CEO who came and he said, Rajan, you know what? I didn't spend tens of millions of dollars to build hospitals, to have telemedicine. I'm never going to have telemedicine. I looked at him and said that it's your choice. Who am I to tell you? My point is that eventually you'll have to do it. In less than 3 months when COVID struck, those who didn't have telemedicine had no patients. Because patients wouldn't come to hospitals, doctors won't like to touch to a patient, So obviously, it's a hybrid thing that has come. So that's one part that for us to say that people will not come, I think if you look at Hinduja, During COVID, they increased the number of countries far beyond their imagination where they did consultation. The cities became more than 50. I think for each of those providers is a big opportunity. So one thing is very clear that technology is something, and I say this, which is now my main quote I tell everyone: if you're not in digital health, you're not in health. So make it very clear. If you're not in it, you're not in health. That's very simple. Now coming to your point of where the bottlenecks are, see, there are three things, even with all the discussions that have happened, when you talk about health or anything, there are proliferation of technology that's happening. Then there is people, and third is profit. And I can bet you, at any point in time, profit will lead the rest. You can see today what technology companies are doing. And they're powerful enough to find their way through and get things done. So for us to keep sleeping that profits will not, technology will, be this, will be subdued, not really. Profits will make sure technology is embedded in entire care delivery. And when it comes to the government, it's very clear vision that we are stretched for resources. We have a huge population to service. And at least for health, the only way out is a last mile connectivity. With 5G being rolled out, we are saying every health and wellness center has to have a telemedicine consultation. E-Sanjeevani's next version will be far more advanced than what even private players can think. So I think government's vision is very clear. Everyone should have healthcare in their hand, not in their panchayat even. So with that vision, it's getting there. Now, will it be successful? In a large country, I think it is very tough to have a national view. I always say that health is always local. So some districts will do a fairly good job. Some will be far behind. But overall, as a country, there is a very clear intent. There is a vision, and I am sure that you will see during G20 announcement of a digital health fund, which is in the talks. So premature to tell about that. But with that vision, I think India aspires to be big in digital health. For that, it has to demonstrate that within our own country, we are doing well. And by far, the numbers today tell us we are far ahead of the world in terms of digital health adoption. Bottlenecks, I think we can change systems, which we are trying to. We can, to some extent, change mindset because the political will at the top is absolutely clear. We got to do it no matter what. But the cultural change will take time. See, even in a place of 4 of us, we have so many diverse views. Some doesn't want to touch a nurse at all. Some wants to have a digital nurse. But the world will have all those 4 things in it, and the numbers are too big. He will have what he wants. He will have what he wants. I may not get anything they get. But it's okay. The world is going to still continue with huge numbers. In India, 1% is 14 million. And that is something that we should all carry in our heads. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Thank you. So let's switch gears and go back to one of the things that Vishal, you had mentioned in your introductory remarks. We can't have a discussion on technology without talking about AI. That seems to be everywhere. It seems to be the buzzword. We've all heard about OpenAI and what ChatGPT is doing. I'm sure everyone's given it a spin. Rahul, you're doing a number of very interesting things with AI in the diagnostic space. Would you like to speak about how you see that opening up diagnostics and driving penetration?
Sure. Look, we're still in very early stages, but I go back to the force multiplier, right? We have pathologists in every lab, but there are only so many customer queries that they can handle, so many slides they can review, so many of that. So we've used AI to basically take the generic work off their plate and allow them to focus a lot on, the exceptions that come into the system and all of that. So slide reading, platelet reading, all of that we use, many different technologies that are out there. Some of them are, quite frankly, algorithms that are being branded as AI, and the others are, actually some decent amount of AI. I do want to come back to one theme because it seems a little bit like technology equals digital, right, in this conversation. And I do believe, that technology is much more than digital, right? Sanjeev is here with Bharat Serums and vaccines. I think, if you look at vaccine technology and how, we've been starting to develop newer both therapies and vaccines, that is, I think, one part of technology that we haven't touched upon. I think If you think about my own business, the number of markers that are coming out for early diagnosis of different cancers, very specific cancers, and the ability to then develop targeted therapies against that is also technology, and far more fascinating, I feel, also than a little bit of the Uberization and all of that. Yes, that will take us to a certain part. But I think there's a lot of breakthrough technology that's also happening where, again, AI is helping us because these kind of markers could never be identified, if we had gone through the old process of, filtration, evaluation. So many in silico models are out there now that allows us to parse through the noise and actually identify signals of which markers are working and all of that. So I don't know, you as a doctor maybe have been spending more time on that, but I do also want to spend some time on, just beyond silicon, right, as technology. There is a lot more that is happening in healthcare with other technologies, specifically in the marker space is something I wanted to also talk.
I'll just add to what you spoke about. I think artificial intelligence is being used for a multitude of years, whether by way of an algorithmic approach. I remember working in 1999 with a 5-part differential, which meant that you didn't have to make slides for every peripheral smear that you saw, or every complete blood count that you did. And I think over the last decade, where it's really come to stay has been in, in radiology, wherein you're able to reduce the load on the radiologist using artificial intelligence, using data points on the scans, on CT, on MRI. That's something which is happening worldwide. Not so much here yet. Here we are still more into teleradiology, where we still expect a human to see it. It's also happening a lot in disease pattern identification and prediction. Like, for example, a lot of work right now is happening on the genetic basis and artificial intelligence using predictive models to say whether you're going to fall ill with a particular type of cancer and so on and so forth. And I think that artificial intelligence coupled with digitization, because artificial intelligence operates on the basis of learnings from a huge mass of data points, and I think that's something which is very, very heartening, and I think that's something which everybody's looking forward to. If you're able to get a diagnosis quicker, cheaper, faster, more efficiently, and its precision and its positive predictive value is, if we as lab guys may say it, it's that something going to be very high. I think that's going to help. What's also very important today is the entire ability of scans to be able to have targeted therapies, targeted immunotherapies, targeted radiation therapies, where the human being as a whole, we always talk about the human being as a whole, his social being, his well-being, his physical being. If you're able to just get in and get that tumor out, and that's it. The rest of him can go back to work the next. It's like the teleconsultation. So I think artificial intelligence is definitely helping healthcare. And I think in other areas of life sciences also, it's something that's here to stay.
I just want to add 2 very interesting use cases. And in fact, some of this is already live. So one is what I call motivation mining. The problem of health is not data, it's motivation. We all know you should not smoke, not drink, don't eat junk food, but we still do it, not because of information, but motivation. So what we are trying to do is use our data sets to learn about your behavior and figure out the right triggers which will prevent you from doing an unhealthy behavior. For example, if we realize that every night you are having a craving and you end up eating a gulab jamun, what could be a behavior you could do before that which will kill that craving? It could be drinking half a liter of water or having some other food based on our data sets programmatically confirmed for you. So I think there is going to be a lot of AI, predictive AI, to do behavior modification. That's one very big use case. The second use case, and we are doing parts of this already with the insurance companies, is we are doing dynamic insurance underwriting. So on our platform, we have partnered with Kotak Insurance. Based on your health data, we are able to give you, we have a model called SAFE. So you start from being a sedentary to active to fit to elite. So you dynamically change your model, and suddenly, if you are sedentary, your insurance premium is different and your coverage is different. But the minute you move up the model, your insurance premium drops, your coverage increases. So we are already working on creating dynamic insurance coverage models using AI and behavior data to reward users. So there is going to be a lot of behavior science with a combination of predictive AI, which is going to be seen in this, and we are very, very excited about it. And in fact, some of you can actually check this out. We even give you a virtual age. So you have your own biological age, and then we give you your Goki age, which is programmatically calculated based on data, and that changes every day based on how healthy you are.
But on a lighter note, sorry, when you were describing your AI model, he could almost be describing my wife.
But I know I have to keep somebody away from my AI model.
Which is, I don't eat that gulab jamun. What are you doing? Have some water instead. Why don't you go out and exercise?
So that's exactly what I'm saying, right? AI is getting closer and closer to humans. I mean, of course, so far the touch part I can't guarantee, but everything else AI can get to.
Dr. Gupta, you.
Hearing them, my real intelligence fades. So having said that, so AI, if you look at historically those scans and all, it's done a good job. But just think about it, that if we collect the data of Indian doctors and start applying AI models to that, what happens? For a single fever, they will have 3 antibiotics. So what do you do with that? So I think there has to be a baseline of a clean data where you start looking at. I mean, we cannot use data of US. I mean, I think this is something that has been discussed, what we're looking at ethical AI and all. So that's one. But if you look at during COVID, the repurposed drugs came out of using big data analytics on what will work, what will not. So there are very clear use cases in terms of drug discovery, which takes around now 2.5 to 3 billion, 10 years. You can knock off some of the processes in that. So there are some very good use cases that will work. But to say that, AI will solve all the problems, even for ChatGPT, I'll tell you one of the biggest problems with ChatGPT is it still has data up to 2021. It's going to tell you anything that is there from the past, but not the future. And I think that is where people sitting in the room, if they need to stay relevant, have to be, futuristic thinkers. Rest of the things AI can probably do. But I think that's where, when you look at envision a future, when you look at trying to do something, because data will only look at the past, not about the future. So I think that's where I think human relevance will stay, but not for everyone, unless those who are at the cutting edge. So I think AI will do good job in some of the things, will miserably fail in some. So it's going to be a mixed bag for next few years, unless we have case management protocols of US, have a good baseline data, and then apply AI. Thank you.
Dr. Gupta, just to stay with you for a minute, I think, as we're doing many of these experiments, these are new ways of reaching patients, reaching consumers almost. They're not even patients yet, and treating people or motivating them. There is, of course, this issue of patient safety, and I think you've done a lot of work in that space. How do you think that that's something that can be managed and safeguarded?
So I've been on the NABH assessor committee. I never put on public profile so that I don't get undue influence. We used to accredit around 600 hospitals a month. I think we're talking of quality of healthcare, if you really ask me. Patient safety, we're talking of quality and outcome-based care. So if you look at the new paper put out by the NHS on value-based healthcare, where we look at reimbursing based on what you deliver as a package. But having said that, still we have not addressed what I think I very clearly articulated in the health policy, and I always feared that that line will get knocked off. But I always value the wisdom of my politicians who probably never read the documents. So on page 23 of the National Health Policy, I wrote every healthcare provider, and this time in the policy, every previous policy, there were 2 policies that we had in the country in the past. Everything I wrote here applies to private and public both, so I have not kept private out. Private is the integral part of everything policy is about. So I said a mandatory disclosure of treatment and success rates from every healthcare provider. You cannot even imagine the implications this will have. And a policy, when implemented in the way it is envisioned, will change. And that's why, one of the things which I can share now, on the 6th of April, we are launching the Patients Union in Delhi. We're getting patients on the platform to start reporting patient-reported outcomes. at the end of it, on one side I had a role as a policy maker, the other side what we need to do is get patients to implement that, what we are saying. And that will change. So I think NABH, JCI will remain marketing tools as they are always. Because you say NABH, I don't think that any patient knows NABH. They would not. And I can tell you, now he's sitting, his hospital would be NABH, I'm for sure, that he can vouch for it. There is no nurse to bed ratio. Is there in NABH standard? Can you tell me?
It's there, sir.
Being, so there are no numbers. For doctors it is there. I've always asked the CEO of NABH, why we don't put nurse? Well, sir, it's generic. Adequate nurses should be there. It's adequate. What is adequate? No one explains. So very clearly that those standards, still I have not seen an outcome of what that standards have done. But when you look at patient-reported outcomes, so if you look at patient from his hospital, from Thyrocare, from Goki, and they say this is the results they delivered for what he expected, that will be the patient-reported outcome. I think that is where the safety and quality of care will change. It's not going to happen in the next 2-3 years. It will take 5 years, 10 years. We are okay. But we needed to invest in that. So we took a call saying, let's set up patients union. Because there are no, even today in this forum, there is no patient's body out here. There is no patient body out here in the room. We are talking about patients. All healthcare is about patients. He delivers care for patients. He delivers for patients. He delivers for patients, but no patient is in the room. So we all talk about them. They are not a voice at all. And this is what we needed to change now.
I think I'd just like to request one thing on this forum to Dr. Gupta. The government has done some fantastic work in creating the unique health ID, the unique what do you call it? The medical record, which is there. One of the things that would be excellent, and I think I would love to go and read page 23, because we as proponents, or rather representatives of corporate quote-unquote healthcare, we would want to put out our outcomes. But what is always very important is data validation. And we would love to have the government come up with a standard software where it's probably, I don't know, mandatory, not mandatory. There are many lobbies in this country. But it would be very good for the government to put out a software, because invariably some of the platforms that come out, somebody reports this, somebody reports that. We would love for the government to actually work and come out with this sort of a software where everybody is able to create, after they've created their health, unique identifying, the formalities as a provider, then we are able to put for our outcomes. I think that will help. It will be on a standardized way. Then as a user, you can log in and check, I want to go to Fortis Hospital, I want to go to Apollo, I want to go to Wokhart. I want to see what are the outcomes of cardiac surgery, and there it is. I think that's a welcome move on part of the government policy. Thank you, sir.
I just have a slightly, I think it's important to publish outcomes, but I think it's outcomes basis risk stratification as well. Otherwise, it tends to be meaningless. And then I give the example of IVF centers. Most IVF centers will publish their success rates. Right? And you really see a bias in patient selection as well, as as they start to publish their success rates of births and all of that. I really worry sometimes, if the outcomes are not stratified, patients you can see very different behavior being incentivized in the healthcare system.
Thank you. Thank you. We're in the last leg. This has been a very, very interesting conversation. But as we wrap up, I'd just like to go around the group once. And, we've touched upon so many different topics, but we are a resource-constrained country. And, we are discussing how do we broaden access with digital. So if you could, wave a wand, or if you could, think of the largest needle mover in your mind, which would really open up access, using technology, or feel free to, even without using technology. What would that be? What's on your wish list? Vishal, would you like to go first?
So I would say that the unit to measure healthcare today is how much money are we spending on health. That's how we say, oh, this government is spending this much money on health. I think that's the wrong metric. The real metric needs to move towards longevity and how your population's lifespan and quality of life. So I think that is the measurable thing which will fix everything. Today, we are all focused on money spent, and fortunately or unfortunately, that money goes not into the right, it ends up going back to a system which may or may not work. But I think changing that one metric itself can make a big difference.
Got it.
I think 7-8 years back, I gave a TED talk at NUS Singapore. I said how we look at health is like this: number of doctors to population, number of beds to population, morbidities, comorbidities. My fundamental question is, how can you have positive outcomes with negative indicators? Can we flip that with having a more comprehensive indicator saying jogging tracks to population, swimming pools to population, yoga meditation centers to population? So what we're measuring in healthcare are negative indicators. And that's our biggest problem. So the biggest problem of healthcare is the thinking problem. We think very wrongly, saying do this, do that. So if we can go back to the basics and visit them, then we will solve it. Government's problem will always be driven by activists. I mean, at the end of the day, someone will ask a question in parliament, and the minister will say, okay, we'll put a program on that. So it's not going to address a nation of 140 crores with majority being young, but at the same time, 140 million being senior citizens. You cannot even imagine the ticking time bomb that's there for seniors. Most of the people in this room after 20 years will not be in a position to take care of their health needs, where the income per capita will not go up, thankfully, because of your technology that we are talking, because we'll get concentrated in hands of few friends like him. And I'll always be his friends, by then. So if technologies will start moving towards them and the money starts moving, you will create a UBI. You need to have healthier populations. I think the biggest challenge is focus on the segments that we need to be taking care of. There are 140 million senior citizens. We can't afford them to be sick, consuming 85% resources like they do in the United States. We have young people. We have to mandate school health checks and disincentivize them for not doing certain things. Incentives are not working. That's very clear. So I think there are too many things to address at the same time, and we need to do that. Our thinking is our biggest problem.
I think both points, actually I don't have anything material new to say, but I do want to pick up, you had a wonderful analogy of, the highway and the cars driving and crashing, and we put, it's similar themes to what you're talking about. And I think our overwhelming focus has been on ensuring, the garages are there, but how to drive better, how to, manage your health better is something that I think really needs to be the focus. How best to measure it, it can be a subject of many debates. I would submit that diagnostic should be the one way to measure it. But the point remains that, instead of, and we need the garages and the repair centers and all of that, but that cannot be the only focus. I think the focus on just teaching people to drive better is something that is really important in my mind as well.
So without permission, I'll probably take 3 points, which has always been my wish list for Indian healthcare. One, I would love to see what Dr. Gupta said about having 5G enabled e-health at every primary and community health center. I don't know how many I would love to see how many, can I see a show of hands, how many of you have been to a primary health center? Fantastic, awesome. So we actually know our country and our villages. I would love to have a doctor at every primary healthcare center. Ayush is also fine, as long as they know the basics of what is to be treated. I think the second point is I would love for our government, and it's happening, I would love for our government to re-energize the entire government healthcare systems, because today, the reason why corporate healthcare probably has succeeded is because of multiple things, starting from basic hygiene, unclogged toilets, and so many things. I would love to, I've been working with government institutions to better them. I've been working with the Kayakalp also. So we would love to have more public-private partnerships so that government institutions can have, and they have the best doctors, by the way. Let's not even beguile ourselves and say that, no, private may best doctors. They're all in government colleges. We would love to see government colleges coming at par in terms of other facilities with any other hospital across the world. And I think the most important thing is, at the end of the day, I really want healthcare to become affordable. And the PMJY is one step towards this. Over time, if we would be able to mediate these costs and bring down these costs, I think that's something that all of us need to work towards. 3 points.
Thank you. And on that note, that's been a wonderful, thought-provoking discussion. This is always, more thoughts, more areas for us to actually delve into than answers. But wonderful. Thank you for the thought-provoking discussion and for the time, gentlemen. Wonderful to have this chat.
Can I please request Jagmohan Rishi to come on stage to felicitate the panelists? Thank you. And may I invite Dr. Kiran Yadav, Vice President of the Bombay Management Association, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. And I thought post-lunch sessions were meant to be peaceful and to catch up on, your few wings. But the extremely charged, dynamic, experienced and knowledgeable group not only kept us awake, but left us with a lot of thought for medicine, as well as the fact that we need to retrospect and look at lifestyles. Dr. Parag, just before you leave, I have, and Vishal, I'm not from the pharma industry. I actually am from the aviation industry. And 35 years ago, Airbus Industries came out with the concept of fly-by-wire, okay? The aircrafts were supposed to be flown without the assistance of pilots, because quote unquote, they were becoming one of the most dreadable resource for airlines to manage. And after experimenting for 5 years, the, American Airlines decided to experiment. And they made an announcement that, we are going to fly our first aircraft, which will be fly-by-wire, okay? Of course, at that time, there were no robo-air hostesses, I'm not sure, but at least the pilots they wanted to replace. And suddenly, they had a huge deluge of cancellations. And then they thought, okay, maybe instead of two, a pilot and a co-pilot, we'll have a single pilot commanding the aircraft and making it happen. And the cancellations wouldn't stop. After a week of seeing the entire scenario, they had to reverse their entire stand and get 2 pilots on every flight. From then till now, it's technically believed that Singapore Airlines actually flies 1 out of 16 aircraft without any intervention by the pilots. Okay, there's a very popular cartoon which is there where you have 2 pilots sitting in the cockpit and you have a dog. And the question is, why do you have a dog in the cockpit? It says, to bite the pilot if he tries to touch any of the modes. Okay? But in spite of all this, 35 years, I don't think any viable, I mean, of course, the airline industry always is in a turmoil. It makes the maximum losses in the world today, as of today. But nobody has dared operate an aircraft without a pilot on board. So I don't know whether the pilot touches the passengers, but I think the mental peace of having somebody who's going to die with you if the plane crashes is what sort of drives. So I just, maybe we will see a solution from all of you soon, and we'll go forward to that. Okay, thanks. Sorry, I didn't want to. No, healthcare also, I mean, I'm not going that direction because healthcare has its own set of challenges. Okay, I have this proud privilege of thanking all of you for having come and graced and made this particular summit a success for all of us. I hope each one of you has enjoyed and has takeaways as much as I think we from BMA have been able to garner. To start with, I would like to thank Dr. Yuvraj, the Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, for having flown all the way from Delhi and started by laying out the basic rules of where India is going as far as the healthcare industry is concerned. Our doyen of the industry, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, sir, the Secretary General of IPA, thank you for being with us throughout the day. And the way you moderated the sessions actually made a lot of us understand many things that before today, I think some of us had no knowledge of us at all, for zero. Sanjeev Navangul, the mentor, the convener, the brainchild, and the force that actually evolved this summit. I think he deserves a better round of applause. And Sanjeev, thank you so much for making this happen. Along with Sanjeev, I would also like to thank his team of Bhavna and Divesh, who have been tortured by the BMA office over the last few days trying to get this to happen. And Disha, sorry. Okay. I'll say a special thanks to her later. Okay. I think the speakers, each one of them, a gem of knowledge that they shared with us. Exceptional. Suresh Patikal, MD, Allergan, and the president of OPPI. Bhushan Ashkikar, MD of GSK Pharma. Ekta Batra from CNBC TV18. Anil Kaul, coming online from Belgium. Dr. Ratnesh Jain, our professor from ICT, Mumbai. Vikram Chandrasekhar, the moderator of our last session from Bain and Company. Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta, for the wide range of activities that you've been doing, you have shared with us in such a straightforward and humble way. Vishal Gondal, his usually fiery self. Dr. Parag Rindani, for bringing in the human touch. And Mr. Rahul Goa, Thyrocare. I'm sure you've got several packages that will land up on our mobile phones by the time we reach home today. And our sponsors of the day, BSV, Bain & Company, Raut Serums, Scott Poonawalla, Virchow, Gufic Biosciences, sorry. Thank you so much for supporting this event. I think they deserve a round of applause. I think this is one of the events that most of us will not easily forget because it's going to take us a little time to digest as well. I would like to thank all the principals, deans, and faculty and management students who are here at a short notice to be able to learn from this particular event. I would like to thank Pin Crowd for managing the event so well. I would like to thank some of the media representatives who are here and who I'm sure will have a positive report to make. The venue partners, Ketan from Geo Center, thank you very much for the lovely arrangements and the hospitality. Last but not the least, the former presidents of BMA, Dr. Indrapal Singh, Chaya Sehgal. In fact, you know, when I was sitting with Dr. Indrapal Singh, okay, he just shared with me a quote, which I would like to, which is a quote Mr. N.P. Godrej in the year 1962, where Mr. Godrej, while setting up a mission and vision for Godrej company, had said that I want my people to be healthy,